Yeah, 9 o'clock siyana. U10 lo usenze sajwayela. So, welcome members. There are members that are running late who are still on their way. By the time they get here, if there are matters that requires us to take decisions on, they'll already be here for us to be able to take those decisions. So we can then start, in the meantime, allow the department to start with the process of presentations for the reports, whilst we allow sufficient time for members to be coming in. Because if we're going to wait for them to arrive, we might start late and we might finish late. Welcome, Minister, and we did receive your apology. And I think what we want to do now is equally propose to swap the items, to start with 4, and then 3 comes after, so that you can take us through, Minister, and then immediately you can be excused to join.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members, officials, everybody. I didn't have time to say hello to everyone.
Minister, before you start, let me officially start the meeting.
Oh, I
Then
thought you said I must
you'll come
continue.
in. No. I was just saying to members who are going to swap the item, I need them to affirm it and adopt it, so that then we can then start with the meeting. So welcome, members. DM, welcome back. We did get your apology in last week meeting for the BRRR, that you had a bereavement at home. Hope all went well. And it's good to have you back in the meeting. Your absence was felt in the BRRR. We'll hope that you'll make it up with today's meeting. We don't have any new face that we need to introduce, so all of us know we do. We'll get to that. Members, as I've alluded to the proposed draft agenda, you have a draft agenda with you, which 1, it's opening and welcome. 2 would be apologies. 3 would be a briefing by the department on corrective measures in place to sort out issues of supplying with regards to the centralization of procurement and the long-term contracts. And item 4 would be an update by the Minister on the commitment he would have made when we met on this matter to review the price of bread as procured by correctional centres across all 243 facilities. And then would be 5, consideration and adoption on the BRRR, which we have done on Friday. It's now we need to fully adopt our recommendations to the House, and item 6 will be closure. I therefore had suggested, members, that we swap item 4 and 3. We start with the Minister to allow him to be excused immediately after. I'm not sure, is it Cabinet Extended that is sitting? And then we take item 3 immediately after that. The DM, she's still here, so she would equally lead that process on behalf of the executive. Honourable Sokopo.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption and the swap as the proposal that the Minister will go first, and I adopt the agenda as it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Niehaus.
Thank you, Chair. I second the changes and the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much for fully adopting the agenda with the amendments that we have made to it of swapping item 4 to be 3 and then 3 to be 4, to allow the minister to start first. So we'll go to item 2. Apologies, yeah.
Morning to the meeting, morning Chair. We only have one apology, Chair, from my side. It's Honorable Kobisa Ngaba, who could not make it for today's meeting. The other members have alluded, Chair, they're still making their way. They're stuck in traffic. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Those are the apologies, members. They will be taken as noted, as other members are making their way to the meeting. Honorable Moela had also submitted his apology. He's here to be joining the meeting late. I will then move to, before we get to the minister coming in, the introduction. National Commissioner, we have a new face in your team. And let's congratulate you for running the 10K race on Saturday to pave way for Bomathabat, even though they did not. But congratulations for starting and completing the race, National Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. Honourable Chairperson, let me also recognize the presence of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I was directed to introduce only one member, if I am correct, of the representation. The rest of the colleagues that we have today have appeared again and again. In the committee, we have Mr. Zikalala, who's from Intergovernmental Relations, Deputy Commissioner. We have the CFO, Mr. Marumula, there's myself, and then there's Mr. Idom, who works in the Office of the National Commissioner here in Cape Town. And then we have Ms. Molaba, who's the Acting Deputy Commissioner responsible for supply chain management, reporting to the CFO as part of the delegation. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, National Commissioner, for the introduction. We'll then go straight to, we also don't have any new person to introduce unless we introduce Ms. Soas, but we don't have anyone on our team who's new. I've missed you, Ms. Soas. That's why I'm mentioning you. And then we'll move to an update by the Minister on the commitment he had made to review the cost price of bread as procured and supplied by suppliers to correctional facilities. And this emanated from a portfolio committee meeting that we had, and I think it was on virtual. Yes, it was on the virtual platform on issues of bed price. And then there was a review process that the department would have talked to based on the SLA. There is a 6-month review process to review the cost of prices. And that process would have concluded, I think, if I'm correct, in September, to allow the department to review that process. So I think for now would be to take us through that process, Minister, and if there are changes from what you presented then and the outcome of that review process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Already greeted. Also no new members in my officials, so I don't have to introduce them again from my side. Honourable Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for accommodating me because I do have an extended cabinet meeting. Now, I want to say that the process is linked to agenda point number 3. We are, and you are going through that process. Now, that is actually the process that was followed. And as you has mentioned, I think it wasn't last year, we had that meeting you're referring to. And honourable members will also remember that there was quite a, can I say, publication and in the newspapers about some of previous suppliers who complained about the bread price. I then investigated, we went through everything, and then we said that we will have to revise. And you will also receive in your agenda point number 3 briefing by the Commissioner the process. It's a more centralized process when it comes to bidders, which the Commissioner implemented. I fully support the National Commissioner on that move from his side and the reasons he will give. But one is that you limit the possibility of corruption. The moment it is in the regions, you don't always have that control, and there is a tendency, and I don't say it's in all the regions or anything like that, but there is a tendency to see who can be favored locally or in the region. So I'm fully supportive of the new approach in terms of a more centralized process. Now, I'm not going into all the detail in terms of the bidding committee and the pricing and everything like that, but you will see on slide 9, and I think somewhere we can put up slide 9, there is actually the summary of the revised pricing per product, category and the region. Now, if you look at it, it starts, for instance, with brown bread. You have the initial price, then you have the renegotiated price and the savings. On brown bread, white bread, brown or halal, white halal, and then whole wheat. And we have the savings there. Now, last week, Honourable Chair, the members will remember that we're referring to the bakeries and our bread situation. We said that we are 95.5% self-sufficient. That's what we said. More or less round figures, we still received around about 1.5 million loaves of bread annually at the moment, despite what we have and producing ourselves. You can also, if you will remember that I said that we have in a program that by 2028 we will add another 7 bakeries to see that we become fully self-sufficient when it comes to bread. Now, if you go through the slide there, I'm not going to deal with each and every one. You can see each and every region. Members can ask questions on that. Can I say that if we make the calculations on average, note by on average, on 1.5 million loaves of bread still receiving from can I say outsourcing, we are saving about 11 million rand annually because of these new prices. So that is what we are doing. So I said that we will come back, and this is effective from 1 October. So it's already in operation. So at least we can say with the renegotiated prices, we are saving the taxpayer almost, well, it's 10.998, make it 11 million rand, based on 1.5 million loaves of bread. Thank you, Honourable Chair. That is in short. If there are questions through you, thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for the briefing. Members, Honourable Niehaus, Engel, Honourable Sopop, in that sequence. Yeah, in that sequence, I'll come after.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me first of all express my appreciation to both the Minister and the Commissioner for Correctional Services on what has been achieved by this revised process of negotiations on the bread price. And I think we should all applaud the department for the savings that have been registered here. And I think at the same time, it does raise some concerns about what happened in the past. Because it is evident that in the past, there were not only inflated prices, but I suspect that there were also those who benefited from those inflated pricing. Now, Minister, while one is happy with what has happened now and how it projects to the future, I would like to know, has there been any investigations into how we got to these quite extraordinary inflated prices, and whether there was any corruption and undue benefit that was derived by those who managed to get these tenders, but at the same time, especially also those within the department who had been responsible for allowing these kind of pricings to happen. I think that there is a clear indication that this kind of centralized process of negotiations is helpful. And obviously it does impact that it is in different regions. There's still some differences in price, and that is understandable. But overall, I think there's a lesson to be learned. Without moving away from taking into consideration various regional impacts, that centralized negotiation on pricing and strict control on how this pricing process works is very important. And I'm happy when I went through the whole presentation, and I don't want to forecast what I may want to say about the rest of the presentation, but I'm happy to see that there is now a process of more centralized negotiation on pricing and on projects, and that a lot of that control is centralized also in the office of the Commissioner of Correctional Services, which I think is a good move. So overall, Chair, I want to say this is good news, and I also would like to express the hope that the projections that the Minister had given us for the rest of the bakeries will indeed unroll as they are projected now, because that will mean that we will be able to even get rid of this 11-something million rand that is still being spent on outsourcing on the production of bread. And yes, Minister, thanks again for following the insourcing model, and you know already where I'm going, and we appreciate that you follow that model. You know what the position of the EFF is, and you also know that we appreciate that you accept that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable
Deputy Minister, I see you shaking your head.
Honourable Engel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the more I read this thing, the more I realized it is not clear-cut, because there's lots of intricacies here. Just firstly, are we talking now about bid H04/2023? The bid number, H04/2023. Is that what we're talking about? Yes. Okay. So in the Auditor General's report, he specifically identified material irregularity in awarding of nutritional contracts, of which I guess, looking at the number here, also includes this one. And it stated that the department used evaluation or adjudication criteria that differed from those stipulated in the original tender documentation. So I just want to know, does the department confirm or deny that evaluation criteria different from that set out in the tender documents was used? And I need an answer on that for me to be able to continue. If that is indeed the case. Now I know this is like being between a rock and a hard place, because you are here presenting a bread price renegotiation as a success in achieving value for money, which is in fact the case. However, this entire contract stems from a procurement process found to be materially non-compliant, specifically noting deficiencies in the awarding of some of the suppliers. Does renegotiating the price after the fact rectify the fundamental illegality of how the contract was awarded in the first place? What measures are you taking to recover any potential overpayment made to these suppliers between the contract start on the 1st of April and the price reduction on 1 October, a period during which you were paying prices based on an irregular award? Yeah, so I don't know. It's difficult. And those people that were awarded these tenders and the renegotiations taking place, has there been an investigation in terms of were they colluding from DCS officials, from supply chain management side, to be able to get this through the process and get it approved? Who approved it? Is there consequences for the individual or the committee that approved this? Thank you for now. It's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Honorable Engel. Honorable Sokobo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also follow the two latter speakers in welcoming the report from the Minister and also applaud the Minister to take an initiative to deal with what was raised in the Portfolio Committee with regard to this thing. However, Chair, I have two or three. One is a question, or two is a question, the other one would have been a suggestion. I see in the report you talk about VAT. I need the CFO, or if in an event the Minister, but if he can't, he can send it to the administration to help us. Is bread not a zero-rated item, like petrol and other things? And if so, why is there VAT inclusive to it? Two, the Minister also spoke about a plan of having bakeries, 7 more up to 2028, which is a good thing. But I think that it can even go further, Chair. And I want to raise an issue. We were just from oversight in the Eastern Cape, in St. Albans, and I want to make St. Albans a case study. What we picked up there, Chair, is that the bakery was not fully functioning. And the reason for it could have been they were operating at 25% because only one oven or one thing was working and the 2 or the 3 were not working. And in the management area, which includes St. Albans itself, Patensi, and PE Central, that bakery is meant to supply Patensi, St. Albans, and PE Central. But with the challenges that they are currently having in the bakery, it therefore forced Patensi and PE Central to go and buy bread outside. Now, and I raise it there, and I'm repeating to say, and again I'm saying probably the minister would not be able to answer it because it's an administrative task, that there's supposed to be a projection to say, in Patency we host 400 inmates, if it's 400. And on a daily basis, this is how much bread we buy. Over a period of a month, we would have been spending 200,000 on buying this bread. As opposed, PE Central the same, another 200,000 a month. As opposed that the department rather fix these ovens and save and spend 200,000 and save another 200,000 in 1 month, but in the upcoming months they would have been saving 400,000. Just that as a consideration. Looking at that, that's where we are. 2, and this is an allegation I want to put, that I have a belief that some of the things, Minister, that we have, these things, are deliberately done in these management areas. Hulle breek die goede aspres for them to go outside to buy. Maybe the National Commissioner must have a team that will focus on this as a project. Now that you have a 2-year span that you want to build 7 more, 8 more, just to have people that are going to monitor the process of these things. Because as Honorable Nihaus is saying, already is impressive. If it is now a save of 11 million, which means that if it can be a task that you look at, you would save more. And that will give you more money, because if you save on self-sufficient, you would use the very same money to extend your program, because this is now a program of self-sufficient. So you will spend more money on it. Maybe to consider having people that are going to look into this thing of bakeries and make it a responsibility of the National Commissioner's Office. Lastly, Chair, we need to look at centralization, no problem, because it has been stated that it also looks at some issues that becomes a red flag on the AG's report on how management areas are acting, and making reference to last week's meeting where 7.1 or 7.7 million was associated with things that would have happened at management areas and or at regions in terms of tree quotations and what not, where it was found out that some companies did not even was not compliant in terms of tax, and there were CIDB problems and so, and that have flagged on the AG. But I'm saying you can't buy bread from Limpopo and bring it to Patenzi. You can't buy fish in the West Coast and take it from Mthat. There's no sea in Mthat. But on issues that are daily used and on items that you would find in that area, it's only prudent. Also, for local economic development, it's only prudent that you use local people to supply bread. You would use local people to supply toilet paper, soap to wash hands, so that also we have an impact as correctional service, that we are here as a national department, but equally we are looking at making sure that we develop, because we are not only buying electricity, but we develop people, and people feel that they are part of us in the community where we are based. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Soko. I think you even went deeper to the next item on centralization, because it was still on bread. But I didn't want to cut you because you are still making reference, so you will repeat it when we enter into that aspect of the discussion. I think, Minister, members would have covered most of my clarities or questions that they would have posed. But I'll reiterate as well that in concurring with what Honorable Nihaus would have raised, in the inflation of prices of bread, have we done an investigation? And if we have, what is that outcome of the investigations? And if there was a third hand in those inflation of prices, if there was, what was the recourse of that whole process? Because if we can't just leave it and say it was a normalized process when prices were inflated. And then two is that Honorable Sakopo touched on the zero item matter. When we did an oversight in KZN, Kalagabusha and Durban Westville were having bakeries that were not operational, but were short of certain equipment to complete them. So they needed to be procured, and then once they're procured, then the two bakeries can be operational. And we've seen that Durban Westville has been opened, so all equipments that were needed to be finalized, to be brought, have been completed. It's now operational, servicing that whole management, which we welcome and commend, that indeed the department would have stuck to the commitments that they would have made during that oversight period as part of recommendation, as led by then the acting National Commissioner, who is the CFO, and the Deputy Minister. But the part that they left is Kalagabusha. Kalagabusha, as we visited it during oversight in February, the bakery, or supposed to be a bakery, is still as it is, even today. With one equipment, I think it's for the mixer only, and it's still brand new. That bakery is complete. The only thing that it needs is just equipment inside. And there was a commitment that they will start procuring. I remember there was an issue of saying, why haven't you procured? Nationally said we have not received anything from Dr. Bota. And there was an issue to say, as when we leave, the procuring process of those equipments or items that are required to make that bakery operational, because it has been built, it's complete. It's beautiful in actual fact, and big. But the status that we left it as it is during oversight, when I checked this past weekend, it's still the same thing. Why haven't we improved on this? Because of this forms part of self-sufficiency, and this also talks to mediating the cost of saving in terms of bread. Why are we not prioritizing such places that are already ready? The only thing that they need is equipment, because of once you have equipment running, it means whatever management that Kalagabusha is under will not have to outsource bread. We'll get it from that, further minimizing the cost. The saving that you alluded to, it will even go up. And why is the department making commitments on certain things that needs to be procured and that would be done? Until today, nothing. Is it an issue of saying we know the portfolio committee has passed, it will not come back? So we'll continue because of a situation we got in KZN on bread, especially. There was just generally reluctancy of having bakeries even functional or operational there. I don't know how we got to push on Durban Westville, but that push ultimately needs to push Kalagabusha as well to go operational because of that facility is ready. So I just wanted clarity on that. Why 6 months later, the bakery is still a skeleton as it is, not functional? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Chair, I will request that the Commissioner also comes in to answer certain specifics as far as that is concerned. Let me first say, and I think it is a question asked by almost all the members, is consequence management. That is what it is. When I, from my side, ask questions about the whole process, and you will also, as correct in the AG's report, that there was a deviation from the original criteria. Now, how it works, and the Commissioner can give more detail, is that you have different committees, and one of them is to determine the price. Now, let me focus on that. What I found when I started inquiring on this matter is that committee, they took the top of the market price, the going rate in the market. And I can say to the honourable members, I went to a supermarket and checked the prices, and it was absolutely top of the range. And then the committee said, well, this is the price. And I said, well, that's not acceptable. We must see that we get the best price. And that's why we have this change. As you can see there, for instance, and you only see sort of, let's take the Free State Northern Cape, 24 Rand 55, what the initial price was. Most of them were around about 24, 25 Rand, a loaf of bread. Now, I said, even if I go and buy bread, I don't pay that. It's only for the top of the range. Whole wheat and a lot of vitamins in it and all that sort of things. And that's why I said there must be change. Now, it is also linked to the matter of, and I think it was Honourable Sokopo said he wants to make an allegation. Whether there was collusion and colluding within the committee, we're still looking at it. Because last week we also had a meeting specifically on the findings of the Auditor General. And my first question was, how could a bidder receive a contract if it did not comply to the original criteria? It's not acceptable. So we're looking at that to see who they are and if it is possible. So overall, I want to say that it is not necessarily to say that there was corruption, because the price was determined by the committee. That is the price. It's not for you, I accept this price, for the other one, the other price. I suppose that was actually part of to say, there's no corruption. But okay, we went through that process. I can ask the Commissioner to further elaborate on that. So that is what we're doing in terms of the investigations. I've dealt with the criteria of the irregularities from the AG. On the VAT matter, Commissioner, you can answer on the VAT. We don't pay VAT on that. On the 7 bakeries, of course, we're trying our best and hope that we can keep to the program. And that actually brings me with the other questions of present bakeries not fully productionable. As Honourable Chair, you yourself referred to. We also decided last week that we will prioritize all the bakeries that are not fully functional. And it's just logic, as you said. I mean, if you have already a bakery, it's one mixer, for instance, that doesn't work. First repair that you can increase the production. So we're in that process now. There are some problems when it comes to equipment. And I can also say it's not only in bakeries. I can give you an example. For instance, at Grootvlei, we also have a chicken abattoir. We waited very long for only 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. And, you know, I don't always want to come to this portfolio committee and say, but we're waiting for DPWI. But the reality of the matter is, in many cases, we do wait for DPWI. It's quite frustrating. You would know by now, I want things to happen. It's not use we're talking about the thing, something must happen. So it's very frustrating if everything comes to a halt, and I make it applicable to the bakeries as well. Those bakeries who have certain operational or functional problems. If we first fix that, of course, we increase our production. So I can assure you that we have focused on that. And I think the Commissioner can further elaborate on that. Let me say that on the allegation, it's an important matter. I do believe that some of our problems are deliberately created. But it's not as simple to prove it always. I am told that, for instance, part of our problem when it comes, for instance, of smuggling of contraband, and I'm jumping from bread to contraband, is that you have officials that if they have to go through the scanner, one of the officials just switch off the machine. But it's not, of course, if we can catch someone of that, we know what the consequences will be. But there are deliberate actions. And let me say that I say quite a lot of people ask me about my personal safety, the inmates and everything, and I said, they're not the biggest threat. The threat is when we start cutting off the bidders and the outsourcing, because those people, they don't like it if they lose money. I was, for instance, quite surprised when in the media I read articles that there was one bidder, he did actually nothing. He subcontracted the bread and receiving R1 million a month for that. Now that's not bad money, receiving R1 million a month, doing absolutely nothing. That's why I said totally unacceptable. And luckily it was exposed, that I also say. It has been exposed, and I can assure you we will act on that. Unfortunately, sometimes it just takes time. So, Honourable Chair, yes, we're looking at the deliberate potential from our people, and we will put, and I already said, focus on those bakeries with first priority to ensure that they are fully productionable, to deliver the bread. Can I say we produce bread about just over R7 a loaf of bread. And I think for the future we can have larger savings. But through you, Honourable Chair, can I ask that the Commissioner just add some finer detail on what the questions were there? Thank you.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. And honourable members, Minister and Deputy Minister. On the issue of the KZN bakeries in Kalakabusha, when we looked at it closely, the same problems that we experienced with Westville repeated themselves with Kalakabusha, because Westville was delayed and Peter Marisbeck because the supplier the region appointed delivered wrong equipment that could not be utilized in the bakery. So that is what delayed. The same thing happened with Kalakabusha. That's why we have now resolved to take that procurement from the region and do it from the branch incarceration and corrections, which is under Dr. Buertha. The matter that the minister also talked about of internal sabotage is actually something that is real. We were supposed to take a completion of Beggersdorp correctional facility, but when I went to do a final inspection, I gave a directive that we should not, because we have the scanners, we have the state-of-the-art equipment to keep contrabands out of the facility, but the sockets are not protected. So still the same thing is going to happen. So I then said the best thing that we should do is to make it a point that there's no tampering at all with the scanners. Same with the lights. Just as an example, on the side of the offenders, the lights are not covered because we are now covering our lights with mesh wire, so they don't tamper with them. So if we took delivery of that facility without dealing with those things, we were actually setting ourselves for more and more replacement costs, and also having equipment that doesn't work. Our officials, when they are asked why is equipment not working, their answer is standard, is that it never worked since it arrived. And that's a lie. But that's what they always say. If you see a body scanner, you ask, at least they even said the same to the minister and the deputy minister when they arrived. But they are the ones that sabotage them. So I thought maybe a little bit of information on that will assist. The issues that were raised by the AG, last week I did indicate that in the meeting that we had with the AG, post the audit, we did indicate to them that there are 17 bidders that were isolated from the audit, and the AG raised findings on those. We made a submission as the department. The details, I think the CFO and the acting DC will have. And the AG did not come back to the department on our response to those findings. There is still a pending meeting to discuss those findings, to finalize on the side of the AG. All the bids of the department, as in other departments, after evaluation, before the bids go to adjudication, there is what is called a probity audit. So there's an external audit company that audits the process, and they raise their findings, and the department is supposed to ensure that the findings that are raised are attended to. So there was a probity audit that was done on the same bid, and the response of the department is also based on the probity audit. As I've indicated, Honourable Chairperson, the CFO and the acting DC will have details on that. On the determination of the prices, from the analysis that we did, the department landed on those prices because of how the committee that was working on the prices, which was also a committee that had an input from external auditors, approached the department not as a retailer in the market, but as a consumer in the market. Hence, the prices were set in a manner that were set. And when we then did the reset, to then say, but let's look at the volumes that the department is consuming, and ask a question as to, is the department a consumer or a retailer? That the whole thing's reset the pricing structure and the formula that was utilized. But as I've indicated, those that worked technically on the prices can then be able to respond. The standard operating procedure in terms of the same bid is that every 6 months there should be a review of the prices. So that's how it was possible for the prices also to be reset. So all the bids that the department is going to do, every 6 months there will have to be a review of the prices, so that we do not find ourselves locked in a price that is not going to be economic moving forward. The issue of triple SF and ensuring that we maximize on the savings, we are now reviewing the performance agreements of regional commissioners to put in there the targets from triple SF, because at the moment the performance contracts are having general statements. So each and every region and each and every enterprise in a region has targets that we set annually. So we want to insert those targets to be specific. We are doing that because we want regional commissioners to be conscious of the fact that if one oven is not working in the bakery, that needs to be fixed. Because for me also as the national commissioner, it was a problem that the regional commissioner of the Eastern Cape did not know that in central bands, only one oven was working out of 4. But this is a person who's there, who's running the region on a daily basis. So we are ensuring that we take responsibility where it's supposed to be in terms of the details. Ideally, area commissioners should be the ones that are doing this. Ideally, head of centers should be the ones that are doing this. But it starts with the regional commissioners appreciating the details with regards to the operations. Yes, we would want to expand on the bakeries and all other enterprises. The other question that was asked by Honourable Sokopo, as you did indicate, Honourable Chairperson, is in the second part of the presentation. That's where I would like to stop, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister, and request through you, Honourable Chairperson, that the other technical detail be attended to by the CFO and the acting DC, especially the issue of VAT and it. Yeah. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thanks, National Commissioner. I think I made a mistake. I should have allowed the DM first before you. I want to correct it now. DM before CFO comes in and the acting Mrs. Molabo comes in.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I reserve my comment?
Noted. CFO?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Let me just greet you, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, greet honourable members, and also acknowledge the presence of the Minister, Deputy Minister, and also the National Commissioner, and also colleagues that are in attendance. I will respond to some of the questions, Chair, and acting DC will actually cover a few. I just want to deal with the question specifically in terms of one aspect. The Minister and the National Commissioner has already answered it. But in terms of the issue of the pricing, if you look in terms of the presentation that we made before, you will realize that from the pricing, each and every service provider had their own pricing across. But what the negotiation team now did good is that they had to be able to come with a flat rate of the price and apply it specifically in all the service providers to be able to say from this is the price of bread. And we followed the very same process that is being followed by National Treasury when they're doing their RT contracts, to say that from the unit, if you can go to each and every service provider to ask the price, they will give you their own prices based in terms of their own needs. And they have to be able to follow that particular process to be able to say after our assessment. And the difficulty between initially, before the reset and after the reset, is like the service providers did not know the quantities and the volumes that the department has to be able to what they were supposed actually to be supplying on. But that assisted to be able to say that from these are the volumes, and then we can be able to negotiate the price. So you'll see that from the prices in terms of your holding element, it's a flat rate in terms of the price. Just also to be able to go to the issue of the, I just want to actually to make one or two examples here, based in terms of what the National Commissioner responded to, specifically in terms of the issues relating to the audit. And also that might be able to assist Honorable Engelbrecht in terms of what the department faces into. Yes, we still have to be able to engage AG, specifically in terms of the outstanding items. But I just want to make a practical examples in terms of what the department find themselves in, specifically in terms of to respond to some of the audit findings. One of the argument, specifically between the Department of Correctional Services and AG, when they indicating that the department did not follow the criteria that is being set. In one of their findings, and I'll mention two, they've raised the finding to be able to say that the VIN number that is on the insurance and the VIN number that is on the disc on the card, they are not the same. So our argument, and these are the things that we're dealing with, Chair. This is why I want to raise this particular issue so that the committee must be able to understand what we face, what is the department actually find themselves into. The requirement, we requested that the vehicles must have insurance. And if you look in terms of the insurance and the vehicle, realize that this particular vehicle has been covered by the insurance. AG go further and be able to look in terms of to be able to say that from the inward. If you look in terms of the VIN number that is indicated in the insurance and the VIN number that is indicated actually on the disc of the vehicle, they are not the same. There's a difference of an item. I think the other one says 3, the other one is 4. The VIN number is a very long. Then that particular item is a non-compliance. We need to deal with that. And then hence they noted this particular item as an irregularity. You've got the other item where we requested actual reference numbers of the experience of the service provider. The service provider has submitted the reference number based in terms of their experience. I think I've made this particular example also actual to the minister when the minister wanted to understand why these particular people went through while they are wrong. Then you'll find out from the, they've indicated that they've done business in ESCOM, they've worked actually at Sibanye Stillwater under Beatrix contract, Sibanye Stillwater under Driefontein and Clove. AG raised a finding. Both Beatrix and Driefontein are from the same contract and should have been regarded as one project. You're dealing with that, you know? So I wanted to make this particular example to be able to say, when AG go and raise findings in terms of things are wrong, it's not simple something that we agree with because of, as the National Commission has indicated, to be able to say that this particular process were audited by another audit firm, which they've indicated that this particular service providers have qualified. AG will come and raise findings that are not even consistent with the requirements. For an example, if for an example you reject the service provider because of the VIN number are not consistent between the insurance and the VIN number that is actually on the disc. There was no question of the VIN number within our evaluation criteria. The evaluation criteria wanted the car must be insured, you must have actual proof of insurance. So there are a number of findings that I want actually to be able to go into. Hence, the National Commission indicated that we had to be able to go to AG to be able to say, these findings that we are raising, we still have to be able to look into them because of we don't agree with in terms of the findings that are raised. Hence, the negotiations was looking at the freight rate so that we can be able to deal with those particular items. So therefore, the 17 findings, these are some of the findings that are raised. I think some of the findings the acting DZ can talk to, but the point I'm trying to make to the committee is that that's what we find ourselves into. And then when we had a meeting actually with AG, I've raised this particular issue sharply to be able to say, when we are audited, we must be audited based in terms of what we said we're going to be able to do. We're not going to be argued at a particular point. If we're wrong, we're going to accept and we need to be able to correct it. But we can't be actually be audited based in terms of opinions or what AG feels that this should have happened. But the criteria say something different. And then I've made a simple example to be able to say that previously in the department, we accepted those particular findings, but they came actually biting us because some of the contracts were terminated. Then the service provider will take the department to court, and the department will lose at court. There was a contract that now we are currently struggling with, where a contract actually was terminated. The department, the supplier went to court, and then after that, then we were supposed not to be able to repay the money of the contract, the remainder of the contract, while we did not be able, they did not render the service. So we're very cautious in terms of the hands. We want the actual AG to be able to finalize those particular items. I also want to maybe just be able to comment in terms of what Honorable Sokopo has raised, and I know that from when he has raised this particular issue sharply before about the issue of the locality. We've taken that into consideration. We're even amending our supply chain management policy so that from the when we have to be able to deal with these particular contracts, the issue of the locality has to be taken into account. I think let me just pause there, Chair, in terms of my responses. Thank you.
You'll come again on the locality part on the centralization process.
Okay, thank you.
On how you're going to effect it there. Mrs. Molaba, do you have any input or where you need to come on board?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister and Deputy Minister, NC, and colleagues. Maybe let me start with the issue of VAT from Honorable Sokopo. Bread, yes, but only brown bread is 0 rated, but the rest of the other categories of bread to include a VAT. So maybe that slide should have been more specific, but yeah, that's the clarity I can give on the issue of VAT. And then the issue of localization, I think the CFO has already touched on it, which is addressed on slide number 6, belonging to the third agenda point. I don't know whether we will look into it maybe when we get to the third point of the part of the third agenda point.
The fourth.
No,
the fourth agenda item.
Oh, so, yeah, so
We must do the amendments that we've done.
Okay. Apologies to that. Okay, that's all I wanted to say with regard to the presentation. But with regard to the issue of the AG findings, Honorable Chairperson, I must really say that I also did raise it with AG when they were on site to say, I'm wondering if the audit that was conducted, was it even objective? Because for me, from where I'm standing or where I'm seated, it lacked a lot of objectivity. It was more of like an investigation rather than an audit. Because if people can go as far as what the CFO has just raised now, to an extent that, you know, the petty things were raised that were not belonging to our terms of references in terms of what the requirements of the bid document was saying. So of the 17 that are still outstanding, and we did raise it with them even last week to say, we are still waiting for the meeting with you because you raised the findings, we responded, you didn't give us a chance to sit down and find each other. Because for me, that is how the process is supposed to be. So there was a conclusion from that meeting that yes, they will give us an ear. It's just that we haven't have the exact date in terms of when are we going to sit with AG to iron out all those 17 unclear or unresolved issues. So from where we are seated, yes, if we find each other and we agree on those 17, but it will never happen because from where we are seated as DCS, we are saying from the 17, only 3 we agree with them. The whole 14, we just need to find each other with HA. And again, I think there was a question that said the process that was followed in terms of the evaluation of HO4 was different from the one of the bid document. I want to assure the committee that the process that was followed in terms of evaluating the HO4 2023, it was correct and it really represented what a DCS mandatory requirements were all about. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Molaba, on the responses you've given. Do you want to add anything again, Minister?
From our side, no, thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you again. We will work hard to see how we can save money on our self-sufficiency. And I've learned I don't want to make commitments here because I know you were going to ask me to come and report on those commitments. But I said it before, when specific dates were asked, I can't always give that. No, but I appreciate that and I welcome that because if we say something, we must do it. So from our side, thank you and thank you for the support. And thank you for accommodating me on my schedule for my meetings. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Members, I could see with the way you are looking at me, Engelbert, that you are saying you must not dare go to the next item. So I want to check, were the questions that were posed all answered? If they were not, let's get what were those questions you asked and that they did not respond to. Honorable Niehaus, Honorable Engelbrecht, Honorable Sokopo. Please let it not be follow-ups. I'm going to cut you. It's questions that were not answered. And then we'll come on follow-ups after.
Then I'll wait for the follow-up.
Yeah, so I want us not to confuse the two matters. We first deal with questions that were not answered, that you posed, and then they must respond to, and then we come to follow-ups if there is any. So, Honorable Niehaus, you have withdrawn. Honorable Engel?
Mine is an observation and a comment.
Okay, follow-up. Honorable Sokopo?
Chair, mine was just to correct one thing, and I think other questions which the Minister have already responded to will wait for the centralization debate. I will have it there, but the one on the bread, Chair, I just wanted to correct the acting DC that in fact white bread is 0 rated from the 1st April 2019. So just go and check it.
Thank you, Honorable Sokopo. Ms. Sowazi, let's also check on the research point of view so that we equally, when we come back, we're able to speak to that part as well. Honorable Neuhaus, then you'll start on the follow-ups. Any follow-ups, members? You will start. Honorable Engel, you'll follow. There's no other follow-ups? Okay, in that sequence, thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. With reference to the issue of this committee that decided on those particularly high bread prices, and I don't want to misrepresent what the Minister said to us, but what I heard, if I was correct, was, well, actually, we can't really say it was corruption, but this committee went for the highest price. Now, Minister, that in itself raises a lot of red flags. And it, of course, doesn't exclude the possibility of corruption. Because I can't understand how a committee that has got the responsibility to negotiate a price like this can kick off, first of all, with the highest price, and then they don't bring into consideration in terms of the negotiations with the suppliers, the volumes that are being taken by the department. There's something wrong there. Any one of us, if we were part of those negotiations and we were negotiating in good faith, won't go for the highest price and won't exclude the volumes that we are going to present to the supplier, which in every reasonable negotiation, the supplier must take into consideration, and it must have an impact on the reduction of price. So please, if we say that we think there wasn't any corruption, we must be very careful, because just what I heard from you already raised for me a concern that there's more here than what meets the eye. And then secondly, it's evident to me that some of the problems that the department raises with us with regards to issues with the Auditor General wouldn't have been problems if you were not outsourcing. Insourcing will help you to get out of these issues. Because some of the issues that you are faced with is exactly because of the manner in which those companies that you've outsourced have operated. So I'm beating the drum again. Insource, insource, insource. Try to stay as far as possible away from outsourcing. And I'm going to come back to that in the second part of the presentation that we're going to get, especially when we are discussing the issue of consultants. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find it rather disturbing that the department can come here and question a report by a statutory body tasked with auditing you. That is not, there's a management report where you guys will meet with them, have a discussion about the things that you do not agree on, sort it out there, and then it comes here. You can't sit here in front of this committee and rubbish a report from the Auditor General. It is not the way it works. You cannot do it. If you don't like it, take them to court. In terms of the example that you used, you said in your documentation, all vehicles must be insured. Now, an insurance company will look for any reason why they don't have to pay out a claim. A reason is if the VIN number in the document and the VIN number on the disc is not the same, they will not pay out. Therefore, the vehicle is not insured. So it is rightfully so that the Auditor General flagged that issue. It is not a reason to rubbish the report. You can't do that. It is not the way it's done. Not here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Engelbrecht, and I think you are correct. Because if anything happens to that vehicle, it means whatever that is inside, it can't be insured. Insurance won't pay it out. And part of compliance on the bidders or your, what do you call them, Ms. Molaba? Your evaluation, adjudication, and all that process. I think in my next life, I must study supply chain process so that we quietly, when we speak, we become informed on that process on its own. Part of it, as the CFO would have alluded, and yourself, is that you would want the vehicles to be insured, or you need insurance. But if the insurance would say what we have versus the VIN number don't talk to each other, it means they don't pay out. So it means the cars that are going on deliveries to facilities are not insured. And if any eventuality happens, then it is fruitless and wasteful expenditure because of it's not covered, it's not insured. So I agree with Honorable Engelbrecht, and I totally agree with the AG that any findings that is not compliance and that would lead to such an act of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it needs to be attended to. And as a department, you must zoom into it. You might find that, Mrs. Molaba, that you don't agree on the 17 that is flagged by the AG, But it's some of these inconsistencies that might have picked up on it. If you are not tax compliant, it means you are not correct. You can't bid and be awarded because you are not tax compliant. That's why we find companies tomorrow or big businesses cry over being targeted by SARS and so forth because they are not compliant. And we seem as government giving them businesses whilst they are not. There might be other, and I would, but let me wrap up on this when the minister has responded and the team. On some of these little things, we have requested that report from the AG to also assist us as the portfolio committee on what is it that says the 17 companies are not compliant. What is it that they looked into? And formally, I've written that letter. On Friday, when they presented, they indicated I had a session with them on Thursday as the chair before they present to the portfolio committee on Friday. I said it to them on Thursday with their seniors, said it again in the portfolio committee, formally, in the presence of portfolio committee members, that please provide us with that report so that we as the committee can be able to zoom into those inconsistencies. And if those inconsistencies are part of the people that are awarded contracts, then we must look into that aspect to see how do we mitigate that part. So we will have time to zoom into that 17, perhaps not now, but we will have that process on its own. Minister, response on the follow-ups that members have made.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Can I say that I want to put it very clear? I will not allow any reflection on the integrity of the Auditor General. Not from my department, not from any official. We may have differences in how we see certain situations. And of course, we must find each other. For me, the Auditor General is a very, very important body, if I can put it that way. And I've said it last week as well. I see them as the eyes where I not always can see, and where even the accounting officer, the national commissioner, cannot always see. So, apology for any reflection on the integrity of the AG, not permissible. We can also sort out our differences behind closed doors, but when we are here in the portfolio committee, we just put facts on the table. So I fully agree with that. Can I say on a lighter note, Honourable Chair, maybe that's a good point to close. I see you refer to the Honourable Engelbrecht as Engel. Now let me say Engel in Afrikaans is actually angel. But I can assure you, he's not an angel. And as far as the Honourable House is concerned, that's what I already said last year, my exact view on the prices. So I'm very glad the EFF is now start listening to what I am saying as Minister, and they support me on that. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. Engel, I don't know how to call you now, whether I should continue with that or I must just make it full now so that I don't distort the nation there. But yeah, it was a good lighter note, Minister. I think, Minister, we will then be able to excuse you, but I think I will put more detailed recommendation when we conclude also with the centralization process because of their interlinked on what we are recommending. But a parting view on you leaving to join the cabinet extended is that the matter of escalation of prices on the bread, and not necessarily in isolation of the bread only, even other line items, was raised starting from April. It's just that in May, June, there was a noise now. Those who would have brought the matter officially in the department and other areas, they then felt that they're not being listened to, they're not being responded to, then that's why you then had a hype now in the media space, which eventually got to your attention to attend to the matter. But this was as from April, and the awarding of the contract, I think, was in April. So when that process was starting, the awarding process, already it was flagged by those who raised inflation of prices. And we are even encouraged as the portfolio committee to equally zoom into other line function, not only single out the bread, meat, and other things that are being procured, because of there is an issue to say equally some of those are being inflated, Minister. So I think we should pay attention to some of those, and I do concur with Honorable Niehaus that from the starting of the program of the project in April, when we agreed with a higher price, when there was actually a lower price to it, we knew what we were doing. And we can't come 6 months later and say, no, we have saved. You should have saved the first time you were awarding. The first time you were awarding, you were supposed to be saving. You are saving now because there is a push for you to save, because there is a price comparison now that is made. And we do applaud the department that part of their SLA with contractors, there is that provision to review. We do commend you for having that. But let's say if it was not there, Minister, if it was not there, it means we're stuck with the prices you would have agreed to. That 20-something rands, 25 rands, 20-something rands, it would be the normal price for the duration of the 5 years. And you stop, you try to terminate, they take you to court because of the signed off agreement. So we do comment on that flexibility of the SLA that talks to the review process. But we should not come here and say we're saving. No, you have not saved. You should have saved when you awarded the first time. Then there was a push, then that pushed you to then go and review the prices. So we must correct it there on that basis, because of if there was no push that led to that review, I can assure you that 6 months you would give that rotational process again with the same prices without reviewing them. On the additional 7 bakeries by the up to 2028 that you would have alluded to, we do welcome and commend, but agree with members that are saying perhaps we need to push more on additional to that. And I hope that the 7 does not include the Pietermaritzburg that the National Commissioner was speaking to, including Kalagabusha, which are ready, that just need the equipment to be supplied or to be delivered, and they become operational. So if you exclude that, it means it's 9. But if you are including it on the 7, the 5 is too little. For 243 facilities, we have already 11 bakeries. How many we have operational? We have 12. With actually the 2 that just requires us to have equipment, we should be sitting at 14. Then if you bring another 7 on board, you are looking at around 21. It does not ease the pressure. It does not. It eases the pressure a bit, but not that much. But where there is a push, we should do it. And I'm not sure it's Talagabush or what, but there are those bakeries that are being built by inmates. National Commission. There are those that are built by inmates. Obviously, there must be engineers that comes into that part. Perhaps into looking to adding more bakeries, we should look at that as part of skills development to inmates. So whilst we're giving them skills or programs to get into, we are making them to build those bakeries. The finalization part of bringing engineers, the artisans that you are going to appoint soon, if you have not yet appointed, let them, in the first projects of them, is to come and assist with that process. Concur with what Honorable Sokopo also would have done, that there is a deliberate sabotage in making some of these equipments not to work, because outsourcing of bread seems to be an ideal thing for those who benefit out of the process, including stalling the process of procuring equipments in bakeries that requires to be operational. Pietermaritzburg and Kalagabush. And we got that story, just that we forgot, National Commissioner, when we were in KZN, that there was, in Kalagabush, there was a wrong procuring of equipments. And we asked how? How do you wrongly procure? We even left them with the Deputy Minister because she was angry on our behalf. So we left her with her team to deal with it. Because the question was, if you want a bread mixer, how do you then put a line item there of something else? It should say bread mixer. Then whoever signs it off ultimately to delivery, when the person that is awarded to come and deliver, you must be able to say, no, we asked for bread mixer. What is it that you're delivering? Is it bread mixer? Then you signed it off. But if it's not, then whoever is delivering it's wrong, then can't be paid in that instance. So those are some of the things we found in KZN. And that speaks to this. So we hope that it gets sorted out. And we even went to an extent to say there must be a consequence management to that, because of that's a wasteful and fruitless expenditure that was done. And to an extent, we also saw that even in kitchens. There were equipments in kitchens that needed to be procured. They have authorization to procure those items, but they're sitting, not procuring, because of outsourcing. Is ideal. And I think it's Kalagabusha Kitchen, again, that was having that. We even said, even today, we have not received that report that talks to that consequence management that we alluded to in KZN in February. Which is some, so we agreed to say some of these are just deliberate things that are done for outsourcing of food, or those line items, so that whoever benefits is able to benefit out of them. On prioritization of bakeries, let's National Commissioner, let's prioritize that already, just to have equipment so that they become operational. Already I'm on Bota's neck on Kalagabusha because of the work commitments that were made in that bakery. When I realized over the weekend that the bakery is as we left it in February, I sent him pictures to say, but why haven't this already been completed or concluded? So he gave me responses on what is going to be done. Yesterday, there is a team sitting. So in the next week, I would be able to get a report onto it. But what I would want us to do is to agree on timelines and timeframes on those outstanding equipments that requires to be procured on the very same two bakeries, National Commissioner. Because if we leave it like how we left it in February, we might also get to January DM with nothing happened to it. And I think DM, because in some, not in some, you are forever in the oversight that we do. Perhaps where you have passed and there are some of these things, you need to go back, DM, and check whether the officials are living up to the commitments that we have. Because part of the reason on the last day of the oversight, National Commissioner, we've decided to have a debriefing, and the department comes and makes commitments on how they're going to mitigate certain challenges that we would have picked up. It's for us to be able to hold you accountable on those commitments. And you are correct, Minister. If you make a commitment here, we are going to schedule you to tell us how far are you, like we did now with the bread issue. Because of that's how we would keep you accountable and to make sure that you will see to it that what you have committed onto see the light of day. So we would want, before we go to recess in December, to have a report on both the bakeries, Pietermaritzburg and Kalagabusha, on when are they starting to be operational. If they would be by then, we'll commend and congratulate you. But if not, when are they going to be operational. So starting today, you must find ways on how you're going to make sure that all those equipments that are outstanding, they get to be delivered. Because of some, they have authorization. It just needs for you to just get suppliers to come in. So thank you so much, Minister. Other recommendation will club together when we deal with the centralization issue on long-term contracts. You wanted to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Just one short remark. Firstly, I want to say we take note of exactly what you said. And let me just say what my personal vision is when it comes to bakeries. You would have noted over the weekend that the President appealed to business when it comes to poverty and our children that is going hunger and does not have enough food, and to make provisions to reduce prices for them. I would very much like to see in the end, not in competition with the private sector, but if we can produce enough loaves of bread, then we should be in a position that we can also provide for the very, very poor, and see that our children and those people who does not have food on their table, that we will be able to produce for them as well. So from my side, thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you so much, Minister. Members, we'll then move to item 4 of the agenda, but I would ask for us to take a 5 minutes adjournment. We'll resume back at 10:46. It's 5 minutes, colleagues. Okay. Can we then go straight to item 4, colleagues? I think we needed that debrief. The perks of starting early. We were able to get now breaks. Because we normally would start at 10, 9:30 or 10, and by the time it's 12:30, 1, already time is exhausted. We must rush to the house. So starting early would allow us to deal into matters and exhaust them fully before we rush to the house. So yeah, let's then welcome you back, except for the minister who has been excused because of the apology that he has put in. We allowed him to leave because there was an item for him on a commitment that he made when we dealt with the bread matter issue. So we needed him to talk to it because of that's a commitment he made to the portfolio committee. Then on now going to the briefing by the department on corrective measures in place to sort out the issues of supplies relating to the centralization of procurement and long-term contracts that the department has entered into with bidders or suppliers, even for future contracts that are coming. Bearing in mind already the technicalities or issues that are coming or cropping up from the previous one, which the bread also, it's the example to it, which now needs us to actually zoom more deeper into it. Because of as and when we deal with it, there are certain things that keeps on cropping up. The AG on Friday, Deputy Minister, when they were presenting, they flagged around 17 contracts, and according to them, have not complied for non-compliance. Others is tax issues. Others, it's something that we have requested from AG to give a report to the portfolio committee so that we can be taken into confidence. What are those that they found or what would have led them to say they are non-compliant? So we're getting as well from both Mrs. Molaba and CFO that some of those flagging is issues of insurance or VIN numbers that don't talk to each other. But we'll get that detailed report so that we're able to zoom into it. But what we got is that when they were not able to audit the current contract because of appointment was done in March, I think, or in April, they can only audit the awarding process of it. But in terms of now auditing the whole process of the contract, it will fall under the 2025-2026 financial year, where we'll now be able to know in detail some of those. And the reason we equally requested that report of the AG on the companies is to also be sure as the portfolio committee that some of those companies that they flagged as non-compliance, you don't have the department appointing them for the coming contracts. Because if you are non-compliant on as a company and you are awarded already on the first issue, be awarded again on the second one when you are non-compliant, it means the fruitless and wasteful expenditure will not stop there. It's still recurring to that fault. So those are some of the reasons we equally requested that. But let's get into the real reason for this item. DM, I'll hand over to you and your team to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, our NC, and the entire DCS component. Chair, I must indicate that even if I was preparing for the funeral, I was following you up. live on your YouTube. So the issues that you're raising, I'm well informed of those because I had that concern to say, how are we doing and how are we faring? In fact, I was part, though I was virtually, I could not comment, but I followed every detail. But Chair, we're here presenting now these procurement non-compliance issues that you've raised and the report that has been prepared in terms of those matters. Price of bread the Minister has dealt with. But Chair, there's norms and standards that we should adhere to in terms of the policies. And exactly my point when you interjected or Engel raised an issue there to say our drafting of the specifications prior advertising should be adhered to the latter. No excuses. And when would be audited on what we said we want. So your specification committee, your bid evaluation, adjudication, and finally awarding, consistent. And some of the things that maybe as government we should learn, and it's a matter that I have been raising to say, if you keep up to the policies and the processes clean, there shall be no issues. So you've covered it well, Chair, to say we might see it administratively as petty issues, but they are serious issues. Because if the VIN numbers are not the same, it's a serious problem. It's not the car. In my other life as an executive mayor, I would say bring cars that are in your name of the company so that we know that you take full responsibility of the goods that you're transporting and so forth. So I don't want to go there. You covered it and sum it up very well. But I want to go back to say the detail, it should be also be in government. As we start our processes, those that are at the level of adjudication, they must do thorough work, the next level thorough work, and. Because these committees are their blind spots, and we must never undermine the process. But we're here today, Chair, to say we're bringing these matters and how we deal with these issues of your transactions or contracts that were awarded, because there were questions that were raised by members. Where you've irregularly awarded as raised by AG, what are the consequence management or corrective measures? And that is why we're here to bring those corrective actions. But I must indicate it has not been an easy journey when the National Commissioner introduced the item to say we are a national department. Some of the things that are done in our regions, they compromise the whole department because you leave it at the level of the region, but who remains an accounting authority, whether executive authority, it's the minister, it's the National Commissioner. So that tug of war between the national office and our regions, until everybody is in one boat, we are going to be fine. Because as RCs, they feel they have a power. Those that are in the regions, they still feel, but we're one department. And there's one accounting authority, one executive authority, and that should be. So that is why that centralized, proactive contract management, it is key for us as a department, because some of the contracts, if I move further, even if you know that it's going to be lapsing in 6 or so, you don't even start a process. But as a person responsible, you know that I should start this process so that as it lapses, there's a new contract that kicks in. So those are the things that we are bringing in terms of those why there is proactive contract management that is centralized, your strategic sourcing in terms of your supply chain and structuring of this, and also dealing with these delegations and the training thereof, because this delegation of authority, even if you can be delegated, but the delegatee remains responsible at the end and accountable. That is what our officials should understand. Because somewhere your PFMA is very prescriptive, what the CFO does and who does what, the accounting officer does what. So these are the things that we are bringing here in terms of the issues that were requested. Indeed, Chair, I have gone back, but I think that report, once the NC and the RC of Gauteng have done, where we have passed with you, I have made some follow-ups. That report we should be sharing to say what is it that we have done, because some of the things as of February, as of when the portfolio visited, some are there's progress, some there's slow pace. I think it's a good thing to say we should be, and I have been making those follow-ups. The last time I was in Modabi, I went with the Public Works, and there's quite some serious progress there. So, but that report is for another day, but we take advice in terms of to say, before December, those reports should see the day of light in terms of how far are we with this matter that has been raised, and there were timelines and the consequence management thereof. I think that it's fine, Chair. We'll share. With these few comments, Chair, I'll give to the National Commissioner and the team that is here from the DCS to take us through the presentation in terms of the report that was requested from us. Thank you very much, Chair.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, and the DM. The CFO will take us through the presentation, or through you, Chair, you delegate as it is possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning once again, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister, and also the National Commissioner and colleagues that are in attendance. I will hand over to Acting DC SCM. She will take us through the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Malava.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will be taking you through from slide number 3 to slide number 6, since slide number 7 up to the end was dealt with in the presence of the Minister. So, slide number 3 on the purpose. The purpose of this presentation is to update the Portfolio Committee on the process undertaken to address the root causes of non-compliance related to procurement without long-term contracts, and to present a corrective action plan with the two key issues, which is the first one, acknowledging and addressing the practice of procuring without long-term contracts, leading to the splitting of cases, and the key issue number 2 being to demonstrate the process followed in the period renegotiation for bid HOF 2023, which was dealt with earlier on, and with the way forward of a commitment to systematic reform, enhanced controls, and strengthened capacity to ensure full compliance with procurement policies and regulations. With regard to the background on non-compliances, which is the splitting of cases, we started by defining splitting of cases, which is procuring of goods or services through numerous low-value transactions instead of using long-term contracts, and potential to avoid a competitive bidding process. And the importance of long-term contracts is to ensure stability of supply, better pricing, and reduced costs associated with frequent or recurrent procurement processes leading to splitting of cases. With regard to the reasons and implications of the non-compliance, we identified 3 primary drivers when we're doing the internal situational analysis. The first one being urgent operational demands, whereby at center level we've got emergencies for sudden food supply chain breakdowns, as an example, leading to deviation or emergency purchases to avoid or prevent a crisis. Secondly, the systematic gaps in contract management, which is the delays in the advertising and appointment of new contracts when old ones expire, creating a vacuum filled by non-compliant procurement. And lastly, capacity constraints and delegations. We are saying insufficient understanding of supply chain management policies at most management areas and the misuse of delegation threshold. Now, the implications of non-compliance are as follows. With regard to legal and financial risks, we are saying non-compliance leading to AGSA material findings viewed as irregular expenditures, the impact on supplier relationships leading to unhealthy relationships between suppliers and officials that leads to collusion and corruption. And also the last implication being that the inconsistent quality and service delivery. Frequent splits lead to quality of goods and services delivered being compromised with a potential risk of litigations. Now, the corrective measures that we as DCS undertakes to address the non-compliance are as follows. Firstly, we are saying centralized proactive contract management. Head office will now maintain a master contract register with expiry alerts, initiating the re-tender process 12 months before contract ends to prevent gaps and for proper planning purposes. And secondly, strategic sourcing and supply chain restructuring. Centralized national contracts for high volume standardized items, for example, staple foods like your bread and other items to achieve economies of scale and ensure nationwide consistency. Is also ensuring that the geographical measure becomes compulsory specific goal point with points allocated per region. Now, fostering competition and allowing for full participation of SMMEs. The third one being enhanced delegation of authority, training and controls, effect mandatory SCM training for all officials with procurement delegations, and strengthen pre-authorization of payments verification by finance to block payments of splitted cases to minimize or avoid irregular expenditures. And lastly, enhanced supplier communication and stakeholder management. We are saying to manage expectations, reduce disputes, and building trust before, during, and after the awarding of a bid. DCS will declare all briefing sessions with potential bidders compulsory or mandatory, create a dedicated email portal for queries, and when necessary, engage in formal one-on-one feedback sessions to transparently explain why a bid was unsuccessful and offering constructive feedback for future improvement. That is all for the first part, which is agenda number 4. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Molaba. CFO, any addition?
No, Chair, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, National Commissioner?
I'm also okay, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Diane?
Thank you, Chair. This is our presentation. Thank you.
Members, we've gotten the presentation and we also received it in advance. I think we received it on Sunday. It was populated yesterday to members. So at least we had a good night sleep reading it. Yes, it's not part of the, is it 4 days or 5 days in advance before we get the report? Because of it was given, I think, a day before. But we do exempt the department because our BRRR, our annual report meeting was on Friday, which work then was concentrated on that Friday. Portfolio committee, unusual because of we normally sit on Tuesday. So on this one, the department is exempted on. But for the next week meeting, the reports must come in advance. National Commissioner, before we enter the weekend, we must have received those reports so that members will have the entire weekend to go through them. Because Monday is constituency day. Before we travel, we are required to go to our constituencies and do constituency work. So members, questions, clarities on the presentation and the report that you would have gone through? Hence, so that I note, I pass. There's no brainwave on questions, colleagues. Clote, you will start. Honorable Moela, you'll follow. Engel, you'll be the third. I'm unable to call it full, so you'll bear with me. Yeah, no. Mrs. Diale, it's good to have you back. You'll be the fourth one. Honorable Niehaus, you'll be the fifth. Au Babgasa. Nyabong, Builu Yaival. Those are sequence of hands. I will be doing injustice if I don't acknowledge Ngumalo. He arrived very late, so I must acknowledge that he was fighting with the uniform before he arrived here. He couldn't get his other things, and he knows that if he arrives here without them, he must account when we leave from the National Commissioner with why are you improperly dressed. So, Ngumalo, thank you for finding what was missing and eventually coming to the meeting. So I wanted to acknowledge him on that basis. So yeah, there's no other hand, ne? So it's Klute, it's Moela, it's Engel, it's Mrs. Diale, it's Honorable Niehaus, it's Babgasa on the questions and clarities that they will pose to a team led by the DM. Honorable Klute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Allow me to greet the Deputy Minister, the NC delegations of the Department of Correctional Services. Chair, before I welcome the presentation that was presented by the Department of Correctional Services, I just wanted to check because I see the Minister, the one that normally can't hear me, is not here. So I hope I'm audible enough.
I can protect you that the DM really hears you.
So yeah, allow me to welcome the presentation that was presented. Mine is just 3 questions regarding the presentation. Honorable Chair, was there a re-award for the 5-year tender following the negotiation and renegotiation of prices? How were suppliers identified and invited to participate in the renegotiation process, and was the process open to all bidders from the initial tender? How was the negotiation committee constituted? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klote. Honorable Moela.
Thank you, Chair.
We missed you on Friday's meeting. Welcome back.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the Deputy Minister and NC and the team. I also just have a few additional questions which emanate from the presentation. I will just go straight to the questions. With regard to the long-term contracts, was there any suppliers which would have to be benefited repeatedly from the splitting of cases? And if so, how have their cases been treated? How are regional cost differences justified? And what mechanisms exist to ensure that regionally differentiated pricing does not become a loophole for overpricing in certain areas? Yeah, those are my two questions, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mwela. Engel, I know yours are not two. Fire away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've got a number of questions. I don't think, or I don't expect all of them to be answered, but however, I just want to now indicate that any questions that cannot be answered here, I will redraft and submit to the Minister as a parliamentary question for written reply. The department expenditure on consultants increased almost fivefold. What factors account for this increase, and how many consultants were appointed during this period? To what extent has this increase been linked to the department's efforts to correct non-compliance in procurement processes and strengthen long-term contracting capacity as presented here today? Can the department provide a comprehensive list of all consultants appointed in the 24-25 financial year, indicating the name of the consultant firm or the individual, the purpose of the appointment, the contract duration, the total contract value, and whether the engagement relates to procurement, reform, bid evaluation, or advisory work linked to the correctional action plan? Has the department conducted a skills transfer and sustainability assessment to confirm that external consultants are not permanently replacing internal capacity, particularly in procurement, contract management, and financial oversight? Then if we come to the consulting firms mentioned, NCOP Consulting, they were awarded a 26.7 million rand contract in the 24-25 financial year to assist in securing long-term contracts for perishable and non-perishables after previously performing audit-related work. When was the first contract awarded to NCOP Consulting, and what was the total cumulative amount paid to this firm to date? Given that NCOP was previously engaged in audit functions, what internal safeguards were implemented to prevent conflict of interest between audit and procurement advisory roles? It's been reported, or in the reports have suggested, that NCOP Consulting received over 42 billion rand over 3 years. Can the department reconcile this total with its financial disclosure and confirm whether any of these payments relate to bread or nutritional supply contracts renegotiated in 2025? What measurable skills transfer or capacity building outcomes have resulted from NCOP's work, particularly in strengthening procurement compliance and contract management within the department? Was NCOP's appointment processed through an open and transparent bidding process as required under Section 217 of the Constitution, and did National Treasury approve any deviations from competitive bidding procedures? Moving on to Mashudu Tinyiku Consulting. This firm was appointed from 24 July 2023 to 23 July 2025 to secure long-term contracts for coal supply. What is the current status of this contract, and has this consultant met all deliverables as set out in the service level agreement? How does this consultancy align with the department's commitment, as stated in the presentation, to reduce dependency on short-term procurement or splitting of cases and ensure supply stability? Has a performance evaluation been completed for Mashudu Tinyiku Consulting, and were any variations or penalties applied based on contract performance? Relating to Mukumba Consulting and Projects, first awarded a contract in September 2019 and extended several times, now runs to 31 December 2025. What were the justifications for each extension, and were these approved by National Treasury in compliance with long-term procurement rules? What is the total expenditure on this contract to date, and does Makumba Consulting currently hold any active advisory or support contracts within DCS? The presentation highlights a commitment to addressing splitting of cases and reliance on recurring service providers. How does the repeated extension of Makumba's contract align with that commitment? Coming to procurement irregularities and disciplinary action, the National Commissioner confirmed cases of quotation manipulation, where the same suppliers were repeatedly awarded bids under the guise of rotation in breach of Section 217 of the Constitution. How many officials have been formally charged or disciplined in relation to these cases, and what progress have been made in the Durban-Westville investigations? Have any suppliers or consultants been blacklisted or referred to the Special Investigating Unit or as part of the corrective action plan? The Department's presentation commits to enhanced internal controls and systemic reform. What new technological or procedural safeguards, such as automated supplier rotation, centralized contract registers, and independent audit verification, have been implemented to prevent recurrence? What role will consultants play in monitoring compliance, and how will the Department ensure that internal officials gradually take over these responsibilities? Lastly, governance, transparency, and bread price renegotiation. The presentation on bid H04/2023 details a renegotiation process completed in October 2025, resulting in regionally standardized pricing. How were consultants, if any, involved in the market analysis and renegotiation process, and what was the cost of external advisory support? How does DCS ensure that such renegotiations are transparent, market-related, and consistent with the principles of fairness, equality, and value for money? Does the Department now maintain and publish a quarterly register of consultant contracts and long-term supply agreements as part of its reform commitments made to the committee? What will the Department provide to the committee? Will the Department provide the committee with a written progress report within a specified period of time? The implementation and that report on the implementation of corrective measures, the outcome of disciplinary cases linked to procurement manipulation, and the full disclosure of consultancy costs and outcomes for 24-25 financial year. And then last, what is the single most important tangible piece of evidence
Malundi, please find that for us.
Okay, let me just finish this last one. What is the single most...
No, just we're continuing with the meeting. Nolundi will just find out for us if we indeed need to exit. There is an emergency.
Okay.
Yeah, again. Malfunction.
Sazo Usha DM, don't worry. This one is protected, unlike that one of ours. Nolundi will find out for us and then come back.
Okay, I'll just do my last question. Last.
Maybe the alarm
before you die.
Yeah.
That the alarm engel.
Someone pressed the button by mistake.
Okay. Mbaba Mthonjeni. Okay. It's a 2 minutes break. A 2 minutes, 5 minutes break. Whether those who have removed shoes wear them just in case you need to run. I'm just saying. Holding the shoes. You're packing already, dear.
Anything happens to you and the alarm was ringing, you're out. I should have
Yeah? I saw how you entered security of the National Commission. I knew we must evacuate.
Might have to reconvene just now. Let's just get our
But
bags.
what's wrong?
I don't know yet.
Colleagues, let's evacuate and go outside.
At the stairs, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see whether do we need to reconvene. Christmas ubuyile futhi guys. You are on the platform.
One last question.
Are you sure it's one? If there's still three,
No, it's
go
only,
for it.
it's only like 28 lines.
Okay. Let's
No.
proceed.
No, I'm lying. What is the single most important tangible piece of evidence, such as a revised approval workflow, a new mandatory verification step, or a list of officials disciplined, that the department can show this committee today to prove that these preventative controls are now actively in place and are not just planned for the future? I'm done.
Thank you, Honorable Elmer. Honorable Niehaus. You'll come in, Mrs. Diallo will follow after you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the department for the presentation. My job has been made easy by the Honourable Engelbrecht, who covered a large amount of what I also wanted to raise. But let me make a general remark. I find it quite extraordinary that we moved in 2023-2024 from 19.4 million for consultants to an amount of 103,375,000. This is an extraordinary increase, and I would like the department to explain to us whether the capacity in the department is declining, that we have this kind of spending on consultants and outsourcing going on. The Honourable Engelbrecht referred to NCOP Consulting, which was awarded a contract that is valued at 26,740,933 rands. Extraordinarily large contract that was awarded, and obviously that added to the eventual amount of 103,375,000 rands being spent on consultants. In line with what the Honourable Engelbrecht asked, I would like to know, is NCOP delivering? And is NCOP also, in terms of the work that it's doing, transferring skills that have been imparted to the department by this very particular consultant? Similarly, I think we need to know about the efficiency of Mashudu Tinyiku and Nkuma Consultings, and again, and I think it was referred to also in the questions of the Honourable Engelbrecht, it is extraordinary that Nkuma Consulting and projects had the particular run of contracts given to them extended over and over again. So, does the department really need all of this extraordinary increases in consultants? And can the department explain to us what the efficiency accumulations are that these particular consultants provide to the department, which cannot be provided internally by the department? Then, with regards to the issue of centralizing the process of procurement, which, as I've said in my previous input, I think is a good thing, I would like the department to explain to us a bit more how they manage that process while at the same time making sure that localized small and medium-sized enterprises are also empowered. I'd like to get some facts on this, and also if they can provide us with particular examples of how the SSMEs are being empowered, and if they can show us the balance that is being struck between the centralized consultancy process on the one hand, and on the other hand, the empowerment of SMMEs. I'll leave it there, Chair. As I said, The bulk of the questions that I wanted to ask had been covered by the extensive list of questions asked by the Honourable Engelbrecht.
Thank you so much, Honorable Niehaus. Mrs. Diale, welcome back. We missed you in the oversight. We missed you again on the BRRR. It's good to have you back.
Thank you, Chair. I just have to indicate also my concern was in respect of the consultant issues, but it has been extensively covered by my colleagues. And perhaps maybe to put it simpler, the question that really concerns me is, why does the department need consultants to supply perishables? That's the first thing that really concerns me. I think I'm putting it in simpler terms. It has been already asked by my learned colleagues. Why do the department need the consulting companies for these perishables to supply that? And then secondly, perhaps additionally on the issues of consultants, especially NCOP, doesn't the department think NCOP is conflicted in the current tender or supply that they have, or being consulted in this, considering the kind of work that they did for the department before? Doesn't the department think NCOP is actually consultant? The issue of 19,203,000 has been extensively covered by my learned colleagues, so I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Diale. Babkasa.
Thank you, Chair. Corrective measures in this report are nothing new. However, there are basic governance steps that should have been in place for years. Promising to now create contract register and providing training is an admission that the department has been operating in a state of chaos and lawlessness. Then my question is, why should this committee believe that these new promises will be implemented when the department has so clearly and consistently failed to follow its own existing rules for so long? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Babkasa. I think also my questions were largely covered by Honorable Engelbrecht and Mrs. Diale on the NCOP consultancy. Why there is so much reliance on consultancy work? Does it say, as the department, we are not capacitated enough to carry out the output of work in soliciting bidders or suppliers for this kind of work? Or we do have the capacity, but you are trying to outsource on the basis that your structure perhaps in the SCM is not fully complemented, or what? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why there is so much consultancy work? Why are we outsourcing every work that it's supposed to be done by officials? And if we are outsourcing work that is supposed to be done by officials, then what becomes the work of officials when they come to work? What are they doing? Because of their work is outsourced. So I think I'm trying to figure it out. I thought I will raise it as part of recommendations, but I thought perhaps the department should take us through. In an absence of consultants, what do officials that are supposed to carry out that specifications or output of work do? Because of the chunk of the work is done by consultants. And why do we consult when the officials to carry out that particular task? DM, National Commissioner, if you can then take us through the responses and clarities that members were requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate the issues raised by honourable members, Chair, in terms of the presentation that was done The National Commissioner, together with the CFO and the team, would be responding to some of these detailed issues that has been raised in terms of why the reliance on the consultant, why the fees are so exorbitant, and also why NCOP benefited repeatedly and the extension thereof. But also, Chair, our plan of putting up correctional processes, because if a problem is identified, there should be a process. It's not a crime or a sin to put a process so that it can be corrected. And the reason why there's continuous training, even for us as members of parliament, some of the legislation and regulations, they keep on changing. So we must be taken through those. It's not out of being a lawlessness within the department. Yes, there are, I agree, there's things that has happened which the AG has picked up, which were not happy. Hence, our plan must speak to those matters in terms of how do we correct them. But to take members to say, let's take them through the processes of being trained so that they do their work and they are thorough on what they are doing. It is our responsibility to make sure that on time to time, because some of them, yes, they are appointed there and they are not lawmakers. When these laws are reviewed or policies are reviewed, adherence and making sure that they execute and there is same interpretation. I think it's a matter that consistently everybody at work would go to refresher course or in the space where they operate. That is why in other private sector, on time to time, when you come back from leave, you'll go to induction just to take you through the basics. Those are the normal processes. You see, now Chair was complaining to say there are staffers of parliament who would have said there is a siren, what is the drill, where do we march to, emergency assembly point. None of those are doing. Why? Because sometimes as government, we don't take our own processes and procedures seriously. And one day, disaster will strike, whether at the level of where we work or supply chain or here, because sometimes those revisions of the day-to-day things, it cannot be normal. You make a mistake because you are used to the process. But one mistake will cause the entire department. So that is why those refresher courses are key. I would request, Chair, that the National Commissioner and the CFO take us through in terms of those. And I think we take note of the many questions of Honorable Engelbrecht that triggered the alarm, to say some of them, if they can't be responded to, they will take them as written questions to the Minister, and we as a department, we have to respond. We take note of that because some of the information they might have and some they might not have, but those that we have, they would respond in terms of that. Thank you very much, Chair. May I please request the National Commissioner and the team to lead us on those. Thank you.
National Commissioner.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members and Deputy Minister. With regards to localization, the bids that followed the perishable and non-perishables and, if I'm not mistaken, coal, the bids that followed those, the specifications had a provision for localization, and as it is covered in the presentation, the process of amending the procurement policy of the department, the CFO says it is at an advanced stage. I'm just waiting for it to come. So one can be able to then attend to it and ensure that we would have then, in terms of policy, have made that provision. The issue of suppliers that repeatedly came through the quotation process, yes, there were, as it was reflected in the audit findings by the AG when the department was relying 100% on quotations with regards to the commodities that one has mentioned. And that's the reason why there was an investigation in Westfield. There are officials that are going through disciplinary processes, and we will provide a list to the committee of those officials. I had also discussed with the CFO that we need to approach Treasury, for Treasury to provide us with the forensic investigation capacity for us to get more into the details with regards to this. I'm sure the CFO can talk to that, because for me, if we do not do that, we will never be able to deal with the root causes. And the investigators that we have in the department are not as equipped as would be forensic investigators that are under the auspices of National Treasury. So I did have a discussion with the CFO that we need to beef up our capacity with the forensic investigators that are under the auspices of National Treasury. The list of consultants, yes, we will submit that with all the details that Honourable Engelbrecht referred to. With regards to I think I did talk to the issue of localization. We develop an audit action plan, and because of that, we are then able to reduce the findings from the AG. Hopefully, we'll get to a point where we get to a clean audit. I did indicate last week, Friday, that again, through the CFO, an instruction has gone out to regions for regional commissioners to administer a process of linking the findings of the AG to specific officials that have led to those findings, so we can discipline those officials. So we move from an approach of tightening internal controls only to an approach of ensuring that there is deterrence in the system, so that we make live examples with regards to consequence management. There are other questions that were asked, Honourable Chairperson, on the specifics with regards to companies and what they were doing and how much they were paid, and they were managed in finance. So the CFO and the acting DC will be able to speak to those details. So I'm going to request through you, Honourable Chairperson, that they deal with those specifics. The Deputy Minister did speak to the issue of training. The need for training is continuous. Yes, thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, National Commissioner. CFO.
Thanks, Chair. Let me just go through the questions. In terms of the question from Honourable Lute, during the renegotiation process, there was no re-award of any service provider. So the process was made in terms of focusing on all the service providers that were initially awarded, and the renegotiation process was focusing on those particular. The question for Honourable Moela about any suppliers that have benefited, I think the National Commissioner has covered that. I will move to the questions from Honourable Engelbrecht. Some of the questions, as the National Commissioner indicated, that from that they will be sent actually as oral questions. But just to indicate, to say that the consultants, NCOP Mashudu and also SABNT, they were appointed through an open bidding process. to be able to secure contracts for cleaning material, perishables and non-perishables, and the last one, which is coal. And the official contracts of those particular service providers, the 3-year period ended end of July 2025. So their work is done in terms of this. So their main responsibility was to be able to assist in terms of securing those particular contracts. And in the main, we were responding to the question that was raised by Auditor General, and we had to be able to work with National Treasury. We wrote to National Treasury requesting in terms of how the process should unfold and the issue of the outsourcing. Hence, we requested those particular consultants to be able to centralize this particular process and then the issue was the volume and the turnaround time that we had to be able to agree upon as the department to be able to have long-term contracts. Because if that was not the case, then we're going to have this particular splitting of cases and to us be able to increase our irregular expenditure. As in the meeting of Friday, I've indicated that we're dealing with two issues, the preventative part and also the condonement of what has happened. So that was in the main, the purpose of those particular consultants, the three, SABNT, Mashudu, and NCOP. So NCOP, just to be able to couple that particular question specifically with what was raised by Honorable Diale, that NCOP does not supply perishables and non-perishables. They were assisting to be able to secure service providers to be able to supply the same. Go to Makumba. Makumba, there was a bid process, if I recall very well, between 2018 and 2019. But in terms of our response, what causes the extension, we will have to be able to provide the details in terms of that particular contract. That particular contract. I'm also gonna, I think the issue of this month, maybe just also to be able to touch in terms of the question that was raised by Honorable Niehaus. If you go in terms of, since we started the issue of the advertisement of the bid to secure these particular contractors, you'll realize that in the 3 previous financial year, you will see an expenditure of those particular 3 consulting firms in our books. But in this particular current financial, I want to deal with the issue of the 103 million. Moving forward in the financial year that are coming, you'll see that particular expenditure from April, May, June, July, because those particular contracts officially ended in July, as it was a 3-year contract for them to be able to secure those particular contracts. And there was also a question relating in terms of what has happened to the work that was done by Mashudu. They were assisting actually in terms of the coal contract, so they've completed that particular contract. That particular contract has been awarded. Even the one for cleaning material is the same, has also been awarded. And there was also a question from Honorable Gaza to be able to say that from the issue of the corrective measures is not a new, so it's something that is common cause that the department need to be able to deal with that. So one of the internal controls that we have put in place, you'll see in terms of the presentation, we've realized in terms of the weakness in terms of the system to say that our contract management, they have to be able to have put a system in place which our contract, before they expire, then you can be able to resuscitate that particular contract following actually another open bid process, if ever the end user still want that particular service within a period of 12 months. Because what we've seen in terms of the weakness in the system is like, if from where you resuscitate or start the process within the 6 months, then you're sitting with a problem. And then hence, in the presentation from the acting DC, indicate in terms of that. And we've seen that working, as you've indicated, what will be the new promise? The new promise is like, we're not now reviewing the contracts, or we don't look in terms of within 6 months, we look them within 12 months. So it will give an opportunity to be able to go through the processes. And what we also included, or we've been able to emphasize within our departments, like each and every contract to the value of 20 million plus, it must go through a property audit. So that takes another time, because we will find out in terms of the number of contracts that have been applied, then there must be audited, which we want the full population, so that we can be able to make sure that each and every contract is being ensured that from the before the award, then we avoid any irregularity or any transgression of any processes, as the BEC members also sometimes certain processes they'll find out from the, you know what, then they disagree with the probity auditors. So that's basically, Chair, that I need to be able to provide actually those particular responses. But as the NCS indicated, some of the detailed question from Honorable Engelbrecht, we can be able to provide a response in black and white. Thanks, Chair.
Mrs. Molaba?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Sorry. Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson. From my side, I don't have much to say, but the issue of the Mashudu Dinyuko, I think there was a question that was, what is the current status? I think a CFO touched a little bit on it. The award is done. Mashudu Dinyuko was responsible for the awarding of coal. So the award is done. We are currently busy with the rotation schedule for the suppliers and the SOP. So as soon as this is concluded and the National Commissioner has signed the SOP, the contracts will be coming into effect with a plan that it will be on the 1st of November 2025. There was a question also on the new, which new technological reforms are we implementing as DCS to curb this issue of splitting of cases. Currently, National Treasury is introducing the implementation of a centralized e-procurement system. DCS is awaiting their turn, meaning we are waiting our turn for training dates. So this system will have a hard-coded controls that automatically block any attempt to split an order to avoid these competitive biddings. So that matter is in a process of being addressed. And then there was a question also on how was the negotiation committee formed. We followed what Chapter 9 of Procurement Procedure Manual is dictating to us, which is dictating that for the 90-10 tenders, the chairperson should be the Director of Procurement, and the committee must comprise of the BEC chairperson and the contract management official at an ASD or DD level. Lastly, for Honorable Gaza, the issue on what is it that our corrective measures, how different are they? What is it that we've been doing all along if we are having these corrective measures? Maybe to add on what the CFO has touched based on, we've been having the registers with 3 months expiry alerts. So now what this presentation is saying the alerts now is going to be extended to 12 months, meaning 12 months prior. Contract management, instead of 3 months, it should alert procurement to say, take note and work on that. And then the other thing also is the issue of the geographical measure, which I've noticed that it was a common question. As National Commissioner also has touched on it, we are busy amending the Procurement Procedure Manual, at which now the geographical measure will be a compulsory specific goal added, where now points will be allocated for local SMMEs. And then Yes, the briefing sessions also, they were not compulsory before. Now they're going to be compulsory for everybody because we have identified that gap to say if we don't make them compulsory, sometimes actually this audit process has taught us that there's a gap between the common understanding of what the document is requiring of us. So if we don't make it compulsory, we take it that some people understand what the requirements are. So if we make it compulsory, then everybody will have a common understanding. So if there's any material finding, then we will know that there's no excuse for anybody. Yeah, I think that is all from my side, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Malal. NC, any addition? Or you feel there's a question that has been left out?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would have thought that the colleagues would talk to the question on what is it that the consultants were doing and what is it that our staff was doing, which goes to the core of why did we need the consultants in the first place. So they did not talk to that. And for me, I have a limitation because I was not managing the process directly. They were managing the process. But what I know is that we were doing those national bids for the first time, at least as one is working in the department now, and the volumes were very high of the submissions. For instance, on the nutrition contract, the requirements also legally with regards to what the bidders were supposed to comply with and the submissions were voluminous. So a submission of each and every bidder would be a lot of administrative work. So I thought those are the issues that they will talk to, so that in the process, it is very clear what was the need for us to have these firms coming in to assist the department for us to be able to successfully get to a point where the bids are awarded. So I'm not sure, Honourable Chairperson, if it is possible for them to be given that opportunity to talk to them. Because it is and then what is the difference between what was happening then and what is happening now? Because those firms who are no longer using them were doing the process ourselves in the department, and which proves that there was that skills transfer. So I thought they would at least, give that a little bit of detail when it comes to that, unless if they are saying something that will submit in writing. But I thought it's something that can be spoken.
Okay, must respond.
Yeah.
Let's leave the writing. Let's get the responses.
Okay.
The skills transfer, or you do have capacity to be able to carry out the work. Mrs. Malaba, CFO, unity enormously. Yeah, so niyakwazi ukuyikhulumela.
Okay, no thanks, Chair. I can talk to that as the NCS already started. Yes, the main purpose of this particular utilization of consultant was the issue of the capacity in terms of numbers of bids, and two, also in terms of the requirements, specifically in terms of actually the specifications of the bid. But within that particular process, what we have done, we were dealing with the issue of the skills transfer. And I think our target, if you look in terms of when we are awarding that particular contract, we're looking in terms of the transactions that we call them actual cost drivers, in terms of that attract the voluminous number of transactions. And we look in terms of the historical bids that we advertised in the region to aggregate in terms of if you advertise this particular bid per region, these are the numbers that you're going to be able to get in from each and every region. But that was in the main, to be able to have a project plan, and where we've developed a project management office that has to be able to focus on those particular three categories of the bids. But there was actually the issue of the skills transfer, hence the other contracts that we are currently busy with. The team now can be able to do those particular bids on themselves. And I think maybe just to indicate the numbers, to be able to indicate to the committee that the numbers, specifically in terms of perishables and non-perishables, we received almost actually more than 1,000 bids. So to be able to go through each and every bid it was not an easy task. But what we have done, that when we were doing those particular exercises, we had actually members of the Department of Correctional Services into those particular teams to be able to ensure that there is a skills transfer relating to that, so that we can be able to deal with the issue of alleviation of dependencies once the contractors are out of the system, Chair. So let me just pause. Hence, actually, currently now, the other bids that are currently underway, then the Department of Correctional Services that are doing them for internally. There's no dependency of any consultants. Thank you.
Mrs. Molabo? Okay. You are satisfied, NC?
No, yes, Chair. We'll leave it at that.
DM, any additions?
No, Chair, I think we are covered. Some of those we said they will come in writing in terms of clarifying. Is it Nsiga, no conflict of interest? They were there before, now they're doing another work. So that we elaborate on those, I can see that they are trying to think about the information is not at their disposal. So we'll request that we'll go through the detailed things and give details in terms of our own internal capacity, because the Chair and honorable members kept on saying, yes, you might be receiving this bulk suppliers, but is there a decline of internal capacity at that level? I think that should be clarified, where we stand in terms of the staff capacity, whether those are used as and when it's needed, or do we use them continuously? So those are the matters that that submission will cover, but some of the matters they have dealt with them, and also the consultants' fees, which are a scary matter. Why this price is so high, other than doing it in-house? So those are the things that maybe as we craft that report, Chair, they will be elaborated. I know NC is not covered because he's a bit of a detail when giving these things, and that report, I think he would sit with the CFO and the team so that they can give that information, and we make sure that we give accurate information, because these are serious matters and we must make sure that we give accurate information to the portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, DM. On that, were all questions answered, colleagues? It's not a follow-up, Honourable Niehaus, it's a question. All, Moela, all your questions? No, I want questions that were not answered. Yes, follow-ups follow after. We start with making sure that when we leave here, all the clarities and questions we've sought have been responded to. They have responded, or you want a follow-up, Engel?
Madam Chair, I think, look, it is not fair on the officials to have that kind of detailed information at their disposal right now, which I understand that. Look, I've taken all my questions now that I've asked them, and I send it to PQs. It's easy. So whenever they receive them, they will have 10 days time to formulate something in writing, and then that's accessible to all of us, and we can see it there in a report, which I think is, if we want quality information, that's probably the best way of going about it, than having someone here maybe making a mistake because they can't remember exactly what it is, so that we have credible information that we can work from going forward.
Thank you, Engel. But outside that process of submitting them for questions, if the question posed in the portfolio committee, we should receive the responses. And if they do not have the responses right now, they must give us in writing equally as the portfolio committee, because we can't be reliant on the responses in the House. Because of history has taught me somehow on the responses of the House, that the question gets to be answered, but not the way you would it needs to be answered. And you know what I mean, Engel. So rather, we have them full in writing, but with the history also, DM, that you have of not submitting reports that we request, also makes us to be a bit problematic, especially on timelines. So we are going to time you on that. And if you don't, you are going to be scheduled again back. Now we're going to be speaking about consultancy, when they've started and all that, where you would have been easy if you give us that report. We are reiterating again, no report, you will be scheduled for that, so that we can get that report. But I'll open up for follow-up questions to members. So before I give members, you are noted, Honorable Niehaus, Mrs. Diale. I want to do the first follow-up. It's not a follow-up here. Follow-up per se. On the annual report, there was an indication of MK Training CC appointed to capacitate the strategic management to develop a strategic plan and the annual performance plan. MM Consultancy, or was it? But it's MK Training CC. That was appointed, and it is there in the annual report. I forgot about it last week on Friday. I had highlighted it for my possible questions. So now that we're speaking about consultants, then remembered. And I thought that role that you would have appointed this company for, it's a role that is done by the unit headed by CDC Kadenga. So what becomes the work of those officials or that unit that is headed by Kadenga if there is a consultant in that space doing that job? And how long have we had that consultant? How long have we had it in that space operating or doing that APP for us and the strategic planning? And in the previous years, how has that unit officially managed to develop the APP and strategic plan without the consultant appointed? Because of this, it's on your annual report, MK Training CC. I don't know whether CC means company consultants or what, but it's MK Training CC is the one that has been appointed for a unit that CDC Kadenga, and I think Sihle, you also fall under that. So msebenzi wenu bukuyini Sihle, if the consultants was doing the job that unit is supposed to do. So those are my three possible follow-up questions on the consultancy matter. Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I can understand that the National Commissioner is not really satisfied with the responses that he received. And I appreciate that some of the detail may be too granular for us to get immediately, and it will be good if we can get the answers in writing. But what I would have liked to have heard is a clear indication of how we are moving away from these consultancy firms to internal capacity. And I really want the answer that we get in terms of writing to show us how that process is moving, and also to show us on what basis some of these companies that have been appointed in the past, and I heard the Chief Financial Officer saying, look, it was a cumulative sum of the funding that accumulated into the large expenditure that happened during the last financial year. I would like to know how that is now tapering off and coming to an end. And please, we need details on those. With regards to Mashudu Tinyiko, I would like to understand, is my understanding correctly that Mashudu Tinyiko has been used as a consultant to facilitate securing a long-term contract for coal? It's not providing the coal contract itself, it's a middleman. And I would like to know what the payment is that Mashudu Tinyiko has received compared to the cost of this contract for coal. I'd also like to know to whom this contract for coal was allocated, and I would like to know what the relationship is, if any, between Mashudu Tinyiko and the company to whom this contract was eventually given. I've got reasons why I'm asking those questions. I hope that the answer will settle some of the concerns that I have. But I'm not going to go into those reasons now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus. Mrs. Diale.
Thank you, Chair. I think part of what I was going to ask, Honorable Niehaus touched on it. But also, I'm a bit worried, Chair, how does the CFO interpret my question to say the consultant was supplying perishables? So my question was very clear. Thank you, National Chair. At least you have covered that and understood it better the way it was. So I think it was just a way of avoiding to answer the question. My question was very simple. I even said I'm simplifying what my two honorable colleagues have asked. But why did we need a consultant in this particular issue? So I don't know how the interpretation could be that I was saying the consultant was supplying. So please, in future, can we interpret questions properly and answer what we need to answer? If we don't have answers, we must just indicate. And also, the questions that the Honorable Niehaus has indicated to say that he asked, where it is now said they are going to be answered in writing. When you get to those questions, when you're supposed to answer, you must indicate, in respect of this question, I'll send them in writing. Not to avoid answering questions and then later come back and say, no, the questions that are not answered. We need to know specific questions that you are not going to be answering in writing so that we know where we stand. And thank you, and also DM, for indicating that those questions will then be sent to the committee so that all members have access to them, because we did not ask the questions again because they were already asked by our learned colleagues. So we need to have access to the responses in respect thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Diale. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want clarifying thing. So if we look at NCOP Consulting, so securing long-term contracts for perishables and non-perishables. Now, perishable is food, in other words. So do I understand correct to say that we paid them 26.7 million rand to secure a contract for bread that we found to be something seriously wrong with? Surely there must be consequences for these people, because part of their contract obligations was to secure something for the department, which afterwards was found to be highly irregular. Corrective actions from the department, and that's what they do. And we paid them a lot of money to drop everyone in trouble. So just, do I understand this correct?
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. So those are the only follow-ups, colleagues? Okay. DM, National Commissioner and team.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think some of the follow-ups, yes, they would be done in writing, and that detail, Honorable Niehaus, it shall be provided And I think the NC will deal with the Mashudi being a middleman to secure or that clarity together with the CFO. They can clarify members of the portfolio committee. And Chair, I want to agree with you that questions that are asked in the portfolio reports should be given here. And really, I was asking the National Commissioner, are there any other outstanding reports? Because when I checked last time, we submitted, unless I'm behind on issues. I don't want to be punished, Chair, for not submitting reports, because we remain accountable to the portfolio committee as an oversight body that oversight on correctional services. Because really, as it goes to whether oral or written reply in Parliament, sometimes it loses shape. But I think where we are, that detail, it's really given, and we shall make sure that those issues that have been raised, questions, are attended to the latter. NC and the CFO, may we please respond on this? Thank you.
Yancy?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members for the follow-up questions and the DM. As I did state earlier, the consultants who were assisting the department in the administration process of the bid, recording the submissions that came through, ensuring that the information is organized in such a manner that the committees will be able to work with. There are different stages of compliance that in terms of the specifications the bidders had to go through. So it was basically the administration, as the CFO has indicated, that one of the bids, the department received more than 1,000 submissions. Well, consultants are not supposed to do the work that officials should be doing. So there are two instances where you will engage consultants. The first instance would be if your numbers are not enough. So you add more capacity, basically you add more hands. The second instance would be where you do not have the specific required skill, knowledge, or experience to execute a particular task. So you would need specialists to come in and assist. My understanding with this assignments is that it was a combination of the two, because the companies had to give us specialists in supply chain. As one has indicated, that it was for the first time that we were centralizing and doing bids that run into billions, because the expenditure over, I think the minimum expenditure on each and on those bids, it's just over 1.2 billion. I think the CFO and the DC will, the acting DC will assist with regards to the figures themselves. So you're looking at the bids of that of high value, and as I've indicated, they are highly regulated also in terms of specific laws that the department and the bidders had to comply to in handling, supplying, and also the transportation of such, if one has to refer to the perishables and the non-perishables. The issue of the coal contract, the consultant was playing that role of assisting to administer and manage the bidding process. The coal contract, as the acting DC indicated, has been awarded. My understanding is that it was not awarded to one bid, to one bidder or to one company. So, but they have the details. They will be able to provide those details. Honorable Chairperson, I'm still consulting on this MKTT appointment because as I've indicated, there has to be a distinction
MK training.
MK
NC.
training. Yeah, MK.
You are trading in thin ice. You are taking our members.
So I'm still consulting on it because I need to be specific in answering the question. To generalize on a service provided by any service provider appointed by government is not answering the question. We appoint for a specific service so that we can measure it and be able to justify why we had to pay for it. So that those will be my responses. The issue that was also asked by the question that was also asked by Honourable Engelbrecht on the outcome of the bids, the audit findings. For me, that also is a matter that will have to do with the contract between the audit company and the AG. Hence, at the moment, with regards to those findings, there is still that unresolved discussion, because that's also the question I asked myself to say, okay, we have this audit firm that assisted us to process this bid, and then you have the findings from the AG. The audit firm should be able to present itself also to the AG to say, but from our perspective, because that was the purpose. The purpose was to reduce or to ensure that the bid itself does not end up with irregularities identified by the AG. So that's why I still even insisted with the CFO that the sooner we get this final discussion with the AG, the better. Because at the moment, it's still something that is hanging. So that we can then go back and say, but how did we arrive at this point where you came in as a specialist and we end up with what we're ending up? Yes, we cannot leave that question unanswered. It has to be answered. But firstly, we have to make it a point that we finalize our discussions with the AG. Yeah, we will get there, because it is important for us to be able to account with regards to that. So that's where I will end, Honourable Chairperson. The questions that were asked by Honourable Engelbrecht, the list, we have it, so we will respond to it in writing, as it has been confirmed also by the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. Thank you, dear.
You are giving it to CFO and to come on board, or you have wrapped up everything, National Commissioner Samuel?
Honourable Chairperson, I don't think the CFO likes me at this point. Yeah. But if he wants to add anything, he can add.
No, the CFO...
Any audit sounded like I'm throwing him under the bus, but...
Yeah, the CFO, I can confirm, does not like you, National Commissioner. Chief Financial Officer.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't have a difficulty with the National Commissioner. Any questions that have been asked to the committee, I think it's important to account. Just to maybe just to firstly to apologize to Honourable Diala. Maybe I misunderstood the question, but I think as the committee, it's not the first time I come to the committee. I hardly avoid to answer questions. If I don't know, I will even indicate in my opening remarks that I don't want to misrepresent the facts. Then we need to be able to go back and try to get facts and respond to the questions that are raised by honourable members. Just to quickly deal with the issue, Honourable Niehaus, the reduction for this particular financial, we can make it available to calculate in terms of what we've been paid within the financial year on all those particular appointments of consultants, so that we can be able to show the reduction of the expenditure when they up until end of July. And then the National Commissioner spoken about the work that has been done by the consultants on perishable and non-perishable. It was not only bread, it was also other commodities. And then the acting DC just gave me numbers to say that we had actually 56 transactions for warehousing and we have 13 under distribution. So I think let me just stop there, Chair, to be on the safer side. Thank you.
Apologies accepted, CFO. Mrs. Mulaba, do you think you want to add the Kubonunta laptop u cross reference? So Kubono renga utima mo hey. Tamfeta fela ko di passage. Yeah, you must get used to the mic. I know where you are stationed, there's no mic. Here there are mics.
Thanks once more, Honorable Chairperson. There's only one matter maybe that I need to talk to with regard to, there was a question on the process of transitioning from consultancy reliance to us now being dependent on DCS in terms of procurement processes. That matter will be dealt with as soon as we have drafted the consultant reduction strategy currently. So that will be addressing the very same thing for us, not to, as DCS, to rely on consultants. So that draft will be presented from my office to the CFO, to the CDC strategic management, and subsequently to the NC Deputy Minister and Minister. And if it is adopted or signed or approved, then yes, we will adhere to it in order to make sure that the reliance on the consultants is completely dealt with. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yeah, that's good that we've given you a shot. We wouldn't have known this beautiful information that we have been echoing, the reliance on consultants. NC, any addition? You are satisfied now?
No, Honorable Chairperson, there's only one last issue, the MKTT.
If it's a man, Samuel. MK training.
Or MK
Ordinary members who are from the MK.
They were appointed, Honorable Chairperson, according to the response that I received from CDC Katenga. They were appointed to do workshops, training workshops for the department and also to facilitate the strategic planning session. There also were positions in the strategic planning unit that were not filled because of the delay of DPSA. So we have advertised for those positions, hence moving forward, we are not going to utilize the services of outside firms. There's also an indication that they also assisted to move us as the department from the MTSF framework to the medium-term development plan framework because there were changes in terms of planning requirements. Yeah, but we can also provide this as part of the written submission so that it comes out coherent. At the moment, I'm reading what I received from the CDC responsible. I thought I must also just put through that disclaimer.
How long has it been? How long have they been appointed in the office?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, that's why. No, it should have been a once-off. It cannot be an appointment that stays over. It's just for the process.
Okay. DM, any addition to responses?
No, I'm okay, Chair. Thank you very much. I think I'll still stand by to say all other matters remaining, they shall be in black and white and be submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DM. And see, on that report that you will bring to the portfolio committee on the MK training CC, you will indicate, as you were alluding, the role that they were appointed for, and indicate those vacancies or positions that were vacant, that officials, if they were there, they would have been the ones carrying out the duties, including those advertised to fill those vacancies in that report, so that it can give us an indication that there wouldn't be a reliance on consulting because of the officials needed for that specific tasks would be appointed. How long have they been appointed, that consultancy, to assist with that particular work? And in the previous years, how has the department been able to manage that aspect of the strategic plan and APP without, and the workshops that you spoke to, that consultant is doing correctly? That in the previous years, that unity was he presented those strategic plans and APPs that in the previous year, or in the year that was under review, which the AG would have audited, they then solicited the assistance of consultant, including those reports that DM, you would have made indication that you will provide in writing, including the questions to Honorable Niehaus on the consultant, coal matter, and the questions of Engelbrecht. So you will package that together and bring to the portfolio committee, so that we give you ample time to be able to go solicit more information to it. We should have the report before the 1st of November. Before the 1st of November, we should have the reports. So it gives you, you don't want. Yeah, so it gives you that 10 days of the questions. I'm wrapping up, Ms. Diane.
I just want to say something on the right hand while you wrap up.
Okay.
Chair, you know, I just, perhaps maybe for also
the mic.
Sorry. Also for the future, Chair, I just want to check something. You know, as Honorable Engelbrecht was asking those many questions, I was wondering if the department is really able to grab every question that Honorable Engelbrecht was saying. Perhaps they can enlighten us how they do it, because I anticipated them not answering some or most of the questions. So I'm wondering how, what, because I personally was trying to write them down so that I can tick what he asked vis-a-vis what I was going to ask, so that I don't repeat. But my honest feeling, they did not grab every question that Honorable Engelbrecht was asking. So for future reference, because these questions that we ask here, we are asking them so that we get a oral responses immediately now, so that the meeting, our committee meeting for today becomes fruitful. All questions are answered as far as possible. Those would understand that some of the questions would not have immediate answers. They would still need to go and refer. But do they grab all questions that are asked in a meeting, particularly those that were asked today by Honorable Engelbrecht, so that we don't have what we think is avoidance of questions because they did not manage to grab all the questions while they were being asked? Because I honestly feel he was a bit fast. I thought they would stop him at some stage.
No, he's fast.
Yeah, he was fast in asking his questions. So I anticipated they would not be answered, at least most of them.
He's fast by speaking.
Fast and even low.
No, but that's how Engel is. He's fast in speaking. But what we have managed to do which consistently when he does the long questions is to submit to them the written ones as well. As Engel, yes.
Yes, I wanted to check.
No, they do that. He submits and then they respond. So even the responses, they will do them on that submission. We've done it also in the Eastern Cape oversight. There are questions that are outstanding from the oversight that they need to bring in writing, including the amendment of the debriefing report, National Commissioner. Because of we have amended that debriefing, was still yet to receive the amended report. Yabona ma report akho aju DM. Then ut when I was Tina Sias. Eastern Cape, Western Cape. So those are the reports that are outstanding. So they do capture, whilst there's missing, there's Engelbrecht submits to them. But outside also submission, they also go for questions in the House. But we need them because of these are questions asked in the Portfolio Committee. They must come in the Portfolio Committee because the Portfolio Committee, it's recorded and it's minuted. And other political parties that are not represented, because we are only 11 in the Portfolio Committee. So other parties that are not represented in the Portfolio Committee, they rely on the reports when they're populated so that they're able to go in the House and debate because of they were not privy. So it would be good to equally assist them in that process when they go through the reports. So that's why we want them. And when we receive them, SIA does populate to members based on the request of reports. So, yeah, the reports that we've requested, you will do them. The due date, it's by 1st of November we should have received. So it means the 31st of October. If you have not submitted, you should submit everything that you would have committed to submit. And we hope, Mrs. Molaba, the reduction strategy by then, maybe National Commissioner as a refinile, and then as a fitis, as a executive, lesson, or Sefala Moena, National Commissioner Samuel. Sefala Moena. Then what I say, approve or say amend then hopefully whether in the next coming years we won't have the AG flagging you on those. The process of bread that we started with, I want to move away from us commending you for saving as you did compared to when you made the appointment, but I want us to commend the department as part of your SLA to put that provision of 6 months review process. That really would assist us to mitigate even further. And we hope that even the appointments of coal that you have done, as Mrs. Molaba was talking to, which are supposed to start on the 1st of November, the SLA will equally talk to that. So that if there is inflation of prices, we're able to manage and mitigate in the review or the renegotiated process that you would enter into. So there we really commend you. But on cost saving, you should have started with it when you made appointments and negotiated on prices. So that we can't, because that is your actual duty to make sure that you get market-related prices, not inflated prices, because of those ones were inflated. And it's a worrying factor that it had to take external people to raise concern before you could zoom into it. So if there wasn't an outcry on that, we would have, even that rotational issue that Ms. Mulaba you were talking to, would equally be talking to the very same prices, because you wouldn't be reviewing them. But we commend you on that 6 months basis. Bread, it's one aspect that is consumed or is highly consumed in correctional facilities. I've seen when we do the walkabout. If they have their porridge, it has bread on the side. So it's one consumed item in correctional facilities, and it's important that we should prioritize fixing equipment that have aged or have problems, and making sure that we equally procure equipments in existing bakeries to make them fully functional. And I would have spoken to the timelines on especially the 2 bakeries in KZN, in making sure that we do procure, and where we require to fix, we fix. Equipment, we hope the report will come through and see to tell us. I know there is a team on Kalagabusha that is on site, that is led by Dr. Bota. We hope once they are done, that analysis of theirs, when will the procuring of those equipments be done, and when is the estimated start date of those bakeries being fully operational. And that we need to get by November. Did I say first week of December?
Yes.
Yeah. So asikwazi ukuya ku recess singazi ukuthi lawo ma 2 bakeries, are they going to operate or not? And they're required to operate because they are half done. They are just left with few equipments for them to be able to operate. And that equally will allow inmates to participate in skills programs. Because of there's just been a problem of inmates not wanting to participate. But on the other side, we're equally not opening up bakeries to allow them to operate. We appreciate that all irregularities are being investigated in these contracts. And would appreciate if you would provide timelines to the portfolio committee on when do you anticipate to finalize or conclude these investigations, because of it can be an open-ended thing. You're investigating, but when are you concluding the investigations? So they can't just run throughout. So there must be timelines to when are you going to conclude on this investigations. Because of also, I think the AG in the previous year would have flagged the investigations issue. Whether have you been able to appoint further investigators? Because if there was a company that was dealing with that, or a consultant that was dealing with that. So have we appointed investigators internally, or we're still reliant on the consultants? I think our stance as the portfolio committee emanates from last year when we started as the 7th administration on consultancy, on the reliance on consultants. It can be. AG equally flagged this in the 2023-2024 financial year. So therefore we repeat that we can't be reliant on consultants. We should minimize us being reliant on consultants, and not to be dependent to an extent that they take over responsibilities of officials or appointed officials. Because to me it says we're actually saying we're not capacitated enough to carry out those duties, or we have officials but they're incapacitated to carry out. Then why do we have them if they're unable to do their job? And perhaps that's one of the reasons we have the MK training being appointed on the capacitation, on the strategic plans and the APP. Maybe this is the reason why the AG highlighted inconsistencies, CFO, between your annual targets and your performance in program rehabilitation. Because you have consulted helping to develop plans, but they might not be there when you need to compile and deal with consolidating performance of that program of officials. Because of work was outsourced. So officials then gets to be measured, or your output of work gets to be measured by what you have. Maybe that's why it becomes flagged. So these are some of the inconsistencies that gets to be picked up by the AG that you need to really zoom into and be able to address. We will have time to come and do the audit you present on the audit action plans that the AG would have highlighted some of the findings, and you take us through as the portfolio committee on how are you going to mitigate those to make sure that the next financial year we don't have the same items or programs being highlighted again. And lastly is that the localization of appointing suppliers, which has been alluded mostly by Honorable Sokobo, on your centralized contracts. I don't know how you're going to effect it, but it needs to be realized in the contracts that are coming because of major concern and outcry that we will get from society, business people, and including your own internal officials, is that most bidders that are awarded on the non-perishable and perishable, including the coal appointments, are people who are centralized in one province or two provinces. So you have KT what in, why am I using KT? I just thought about it, there is KT is Molefe. Why am I using? You have, let me make an example with MK training. You'll have MK training stationed in Gauteng, but supplying Eastern Cape. You'll have MK training stationed in Gauteng, supplying the Western Cape or Northern Cape. Are we saying we do not have bidders in those provinces that would be able to carry out the work? When before the contracts were centralized, centers were able to get suppliers when they were supplying, and they were getting locally suppliers to supply the very same commodities that were centralized or items. So are we saying they are not compliant to carry out a huge volume of orders or supplying vis-a-vis the ones that are appointed who are stationed or centralized in one provinces? So we need to look into that and zoom into that aspect. We don't want to go into detail of having to check those appointed in April and those appointed in October. Where is their stationed addresses? But we implore that the next contracts that are coming, you must visit that you localize the appointment of contract on those centralized contracts that are coming. Bidders in other provinces, they must equally be given a space or chance if they are compliant. But those who are not compliant, it can be. We can make an exception on that basis. So those are your recommendations, DM and the National Commissioner and the team. Perhaps we should review this process every 6 months, that we take stock of these matters that have been scheduled today, just to see whether there is progress. Because of these are some of the issues that the AG has flagged in the findings that we're dealing with on Friday, and we did indicate to the AG that we're way ahead of them. Perhaps we anticipated that some of the things would be flagged. So perhaps we need to have a 6-month approach. We'll see. It will be determined by the program of the portfolio committee to come back and give an update or progress from today's meeting. And perhaps after Ms. Sowazi has done her own research work on the other line items outside the bread issue, whether there is a need for us to come back on that instance. So thank you so much for coming through and staying through the meeting. The meeting is not yet adjourned. We still have our last item, the BRRR recommendation that we need to do for submission to the House, but the meeting with the department is adjourned. So we'll take a 4 minutes break just to allow the department to then excuse us so that then we can proceed, members, to finalize our budgetary review recommendation report to the House. Thank you so much. Let's and thank you once again, Mrs. Molaba, for joining us. We hope in the coming meetings you'll consistently not become a visitor, but become someone that is part of the delegation. Sihle, ubulisa ukatenga, nihambeni kahle. And the other portfolio committees, yes. Okay. Let's go to the last item on the agenda, members. Item 5, which is the consideration and adoption of the budgetary review and recommendation report, the BRRR, that we need to fully adopt and be sent to the House, so that then they can prepare for us to go to declarations. This emanates from the Friday meeting that we had on the annual report on both GICS and DCS. And you have received this, the report was populated, so you received it in advance. Then you had an opportunity to go through it, so that then if there is an omission that has been made, we can be able to edit. If something that was left out from the recommendation that we put, then we can be able to do that. Equally, if there are grammatical errors that we need to do, be able to point it out, but I think it will still need to be cleaned out after, then be able to be populated as a true reflection of what transpired on Friday, equally today when we're adopting. So, yeah, on a, hey, Matabat, I nearly said honorable. I doesn't want to be a politician, this one. I tried, even in the last term. Mr. Matabata, it's your time to shine now. It's all. Colleagues, before he comes in, let's do the page 1. Is there any correction that needs to be done? Yes. Which point is it, Engel?
1.1 fourth line, the BRR below the BRRR.
The BRRR. Who's editing? Is you, Matabat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And then page 2.
On the same page, sorry, Chair. Same page, 1.2.
1.2.
It says portfolio committee on justice.
Now, Matabata, you want us to go back to justice? I thought we were happy alone. And then page 2. Page 3. A repetition on page 3.
Under that paragraph, audit outcome. Financial year 2023-24, where there are 74 days on that to be repeated somewhere.
Supposed to be 2024, 2025.
Yes. No, it's on the paragraph of 2022-23, where there are 108 findings.
Yeah.
On that paragraph, the extreme right paragraph has the last sentence saying the AG also noted that. And it
No,
repeats
noted that, yeah. Thank you. And then page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Matabata, go up. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, we can go down. I thought it's a repetition, it's not. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Let's go to page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Also had 21, Matabat. That is the BRRR members. So we were dealing with corrections in terms of spelling errors. So I'll take that is the true reflection of what happened on Friday. So now let's have those who are saying that's a true reflection. We need to move. Those who are not saying it is, so that we hear where we need to add and what and what and what. Honorable Engel, Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose that we regard this report as a true reflection of what transpired in the meeting and suggest that it be tabled in Parliament for approval there.
Thank you, Honorable Niehaus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I second the proposal of the Honourable Engelbrecht, but may I just ask that when we do the editing that we make sure that we either follow the United States of American English or British English. I see that there seemed to be a little bit of both there. I think in South Africa we use British English, so let's make sure that the spell check and also the language is correct in terms of the English. But the content I fully second.
Thank you so much. That is noted. They will clean up the report to make sure that perhaps we might have also missed other spelling errors, grammars and all that. So they will have to attend to it. Clean it up. We understand Mr. Matabata was looking forward to the race. We did indicate on Friday that we were supposed to do the 20 kilometers, 20 or 21, 42 on Sunday, which unfortunately was cancelled due to bad weather in Cape Town. So he will clean up the report before it gets to be populated. But once again, thank you members for adopting the report so that it then be considered to the House for a debate. I think we're going to do declarations, and I've seen that declarations will be limited to 2 minutes, not more than 2 minutes. So meaning you'll have 1 minute or something to declare, make sure that you become quick, straight to key issues that might have been flagged by the AG or inconsistent with the report, leave the preambles and all that and get to because of that time is too little to do so much, to reflect on so much. So those will be declaring on behalf of your political parties. Wish you the best of luck. The real debate and us standing with one another will be in the House, and wish you all the best. But let's appreciate the work that has been done by the team to make sure that they are able to capture the discussions and how we've recommended in last week Friday to be the true reflection of the BRRR. So members, next week we are scheduled, it is a physical meeting again on Tuesday. We are going to receive again the department on their IT matters, IT plans, and how to mitigate their current challenges, because of the AG equally has done a lot of findings in that, and the IMS programs as well. So we are, it's on the 28th, the overall ICT plans going forward, because of they are a huge plans that they need to do. If you remember when we were the portfolio committee, I think we were in committee room 1, is it 1? What is that on the other side? Mr. Maponya, who I refer as Gito, made an indication that there are a lot of ICT plans that they need to roll out, whilst they are having current problems with their current systems. They want to integrate an internet that connects to phones and so forth and so on. I have a problem of memory, but lately I'm remembering, which means it's good. I'm aging very well. So they need to take us on board on that, and also the current arbitration process on the IMS program, including a beautiful system that we saw, Mrs. Diale, which you were missing in action, in St. Albans, which integrates the whole security system, the scanners, that thing of removing and plugging of scanners, that system integrates everything at once, and it has backups. If this one fails, there is another backup that backs up the system, unlike what we saw in Mangaung on the G4S. If the system goes down, there's no backup, but there is a backup in Midrand, but they will not give you that backup. So that one in St. Albans has a lot of backups to it. So which it's a good design system that they have a good system that they have designed. So we'll get all that plans on how they're going to enroll it, what are future plans So they are scheduled next week, 28. Sia will communicate in terms of a venue once he has found a venue where we're going to sit. But it will be, colleagues, I think 9 o'clock would be better so that we're able to finish on time. So that those who are going to the house go to the house. If we finish earlier, it allows members to equally go eat breakfast and so forth, to have lunch before we go to the house. Members coming from the parks, the best time to take a bus is 7:30 bus, because if you'll arrive here around 8:30 to 9, the 8:30 bus won't work because you'll arrive here at 9:30. So the 7:30 bus is the ideal bus when we're sitting at 9. The 8:30 is ideal when we're sitting at 9:30 or 10 o'clock. So that's from our side. Thank you so much for coming through and making sure that we do justice to today's business on the agenda, even though a lot of things that we required from the department has not been responded to. Let's hope that the reports that they will submit will talk to all those missing questions. If it doesn't, we'll then have to find a way of rescheduling them back to be able now to get, so that we give them a lot of homework to do. Then when they come back and respond, they're in detail and we get everything that we need. Because it's important for us to be exhausted with questions in terms of providing clarities that they should to the portfolio committee. So members, thank you so much. Those going to the house, debating or declaring or doing statements or motions without notice, best of luck and good luck. And those who are not, who are traveling home, kindly do travel safe. Modimo le badimo ba nne le nna at all times. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.